Hey, what's good, baby? What's up, everybody? I think we got some commercials to run in here. Let's run a commercial. We got let's run something for the we could run this one right here. Yeah, we'll keep the I just realized the sale ended yesterday, but since the Kings won, we'll put the sale back on. We'll let the sale run for 2 more days. Let's go 22nd. There we go. Sale back active. Boom. Dope Ones got a sale too. Just go shop to dopeones.com.
Oh, yeah.
Or crew neck or t-shirt.
Let me see something real quick here.
Roddy. What's happening, Roddy? Rowdy. What's up, William? We see you. Frankly Floyd. Patrick, what's happening? Oh, we got Drake bars.
Oh, yeah,
We
man.
got them Drake bars.
Them bars is ready to go.
Jason confirmed?
Yeah, 147. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, Jason and James both confirmed. Yes, indeed. Mrs. Mac 10, what's happening? Yep, De'Aaron's birthday.
Happy 24th birthday, De'Aaron Fox. Hold on, let me get some air horns. We'll get him on the show, too.
There you go.
Steven, that's a lie. Just stop. You're reaching now. Steven always reaching.
Wet blanket, Steven.
Disown the 49ers. Yeah.
Got it in, Dr. David. I got it in today.
Good job. Way to get that in.
Got the blood flowing a little bit early. Got on the curve. Did the quick walk. Got warm and had a beanie on. The hood pulled up and just did the work, man. Just did the work.
Had to knock it out.
It was cold as all hell, but got it in.
Got to do what you got to do, John. This is not a Frank Gore t-shirt. It's Deion Sanders.
I don't think we're rocking any Frank Gore t-shirts today.
Frank, we love you, bro.
Ever. Yeah.
I love you, Frank. I love you, man.
Frank on suspension. Frank on suspension. Someone tweeted he hit him so hard he yelled, "Hey!" What it do, baby? Hope you had a fantastic weekend as we head into the holiday season. We welcome you in here to the Monday edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We have got a busy show for you here. Jason Jones of The Athletic is going to join us coming up at 1:47. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, is going to join us coming up at 3 o'clock. Kings win. '49ers win.
That's their horns. I love that game too.
It's De'Aaron Fox's birthday.
Oh man, De'Aaron Fox Swiper, happy birthday, man. Yes, sir.
And it's Christmas. Like, hey, you can't be mad at that. It's Christmas, man. We riding, we having fun. Yeah,
dare I say my weekend was throw the towel up, hit my shoulder.
Yep.
Absolutely perfect.
I would have been mad at you if you didn't throw in the absolutely. The absolutely part was the main
I had to
part.
throw that in there.
Absolutely perfect. Not to mention you're dropping Drake bars on Sports Sunday on CBS. The Drake bars are a pandemic of a different kind. They've taken over.
It's really solving all ills one station at a time. ESPN 1320, CBS 13. Yeah. One station at a time. We're gonna get around. They're telling me they're not hearing the air horns though. these all YouTube users, I think. Twitch, can you guys hear the air horns? Let me know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Twitch ain't hearing them either. I don't know what's going on with that.
Well, we'll deal with all of that. We'll get you properly set up here as the day rolls along. But as long as they could hear you, that's all that matters to me.
Y'all can hear me, right?
You know what? We're gonna have to get that fixed on the commercial break because that's where the beat comes from. Because we got Drake bars on the way. Because the Kings won. Now, that's the good. I mean, the Kings did play 2 games over the weekend, but Friday was a long time ago. We ain't got to talk about. Why are you talking about old stuff? We ain't got to talk about what happened Friday. That was a long time ago.
That's such a long time ago.
We talk about what happened yesterday. And Doug Christie and his Sacramento Kings get the win yesterday. You know, the bigger story, there's a lot of stories coming out of last night's game. The Kings play tonight. They play again on Wednesday. I'm not confident anyone's going to be back Wednesday. I strongly doubt anyone's going to be back tonight. It could be a while before we see the Sacramento Kings at, full strength.
I don't know. I mean, I tried to kind of like piece it together as much as I could, going by the example of the Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls played yesterday for the first time. Well, they had their game postponed on Tuesday. So I don't know if the outbreak happened on Tuesday or Monday or Sunday. I don't know, but we'll cut the difference. We'll say it was on Monday. And they're just getting back on Sunday.
Yeah, those games like that I don't think that Tuesday game, the first one, I don't think that was canceled Tuesday. I get the feeling. I mean, I feel like at minimum it was Monday. I actually feel like it was Sunday.
That's what I was about to say. It feels like it might have been Sunday.
So that's that's a solid week. The Kings they'll play tonight against the Golden State Warriors, and then they'll take on the Memphis Grizzlies. Is that right again?
No, they play OKC.
No, it's the Clippers. Clippers. I think they play the Clippers on Wednesday.
Then they play Memphis on Sunday. That's the game that I thought they might come back for. It's like going by the Bulls schedule, that would be the game that they would come back for. And that's 7 days after the cancellations. But like you said, that could have been on like a Sunday. I just cut the difference and said on Monday, but that could have been Sunday when they said they weren't playing because they played on Saturday the 11th.
Yeah.
And it could have been after that. They just said, we can't do it starting on Sunday. So who knows? The point being, who knows when these guys are coming back?
Point being, Tyrese going to have to continue to play damn near 40 minutes and take control of a game like he did last night. 12 of 19 from the field for Tyrese Haliburton. You talk about, you love to use the phrase imprint. Tyrese putting his imprint on a game. Man, that was I'm like Magic Johnson in the 92's finals. Whose game is it? It's Tyrese Haliburton's game. He controlled everything from tip to buzzer. And he got that team rolling at the beginning. And I was nervous. I was like, hey, why don't we skip halftime? Why don't we just skip halftime completely and roll right into the second half and let the squad run from there? Because I did not, because they played well Friday night up until halftime. My fear was, damn, all right, well, they're playing well in the first half. Teams are going to adjust. We'll see what it looks like in the second half. But they kind of hit the accelerator, kept things going.
Yeah, and they almost kind of in the third quarter, they got punched in the mouth a little bit. They got pushed around a little bit by San Antonio, but they responded. Tyrese Haliburton responded. Damon Jones responded, and they were able to take that little punch that so many times we see them. Hell, on Friday we seen Memphis punch them in the mouth, and they didn't respond. They let the game get out of hand. They didn't let that happen. We got last night. Granted, San Antonio isn't as good as Memphis, so that has something to do with it as well. But yeah, man, Tyrese Haliburton, you started off talking about him. That's the guy we want to see.
Yeah,
that's the Tyrese Haliburton we want to see.
Yeah,
right there on a consistent basis.
Yeah, he had James Ham put him on triple-double watch. I think after the first quarter, he just didn't get his hands on. I think he had one rebound in the final 3 quarters of the game. So I'm gonna need him to pad his rebound. I'm gonna need him to pad his rebounding stats a little bit.
Yeah, you need to go in there like Luka and get the free rebounds.
I appreciate you using Luka as the example for that. I'm gonna need you to go in there and get them rebounds, Tyrese. But it never felt like he wasn't in control of that game, and that just poses so many questions that we're gonna spend some time talking about today. And like this is the Tyrese we were looking for. I think this is the Tyrese that we were looking for. Maybe like hulked up a little bit. Mm-hmm. Like this was him at the end of a WrestleMania getting ready to drop the big leg. Like having this version of Tyrese is awesome. But even if you scale it back like just a tiny bit, not a lot, but just a tiny bit, and you have De'Aaron on the floor, that's the pairing, that's the backcourt that we've been looking for. And it feels like we haven't been able to get peak Tyrese and peak De'Aaron on the floor at the same time.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. If that can even happen on a consistent basis. We've seen it in certain games in certain moments, but consistently getting it night in and night out, we still haven't been able to see that. I'm willing to give them some time, see if they can play together, see if there's some things they can learn about each other. Granted, before everything happened with the health and protocol situation where De'Aaron was out, it seemed like they started to feel like they were playing. Aside from that Toronto game and this Cleveland game, obviously, they started. De'Aaron scoring was picking up. Tyrese was getting it going. Remember, in that 3-game winning streak, I was talking about how Tyrese was putting his imprint on the game, and De'Aaron was allowed to go in there and kind of finagle his way in there how he sees it. So they were starting to get some type of chemistry out there. It just isn't on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
And that's the frustrating thing. That's, to be honest with you, the worrisome thing here, because it can't be up and down. It can't be a roller coaster with, Tyrese is, here playing aggressive and De'Aaron's, not involved and vice versa. And if one is hurt or out, then the other one shows what they can really do. They got to find a way to have that level of aggression and that level of intensity and that level of production out there together. That's the key.
Yeah, it definitely is. Which we will talk a ton about that today. Also, got to tip our Luke Belair flutes to Buddy Hield, who really did a tremendous job of closing that game out in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about the interaction that he had with Mo Harkless and what acting interim coach. I don't know what his title is. He's Doug Christie. You'll hear what Doug had to say about that particular incident. And how about Damon Jones? Damon Jones going out there dropping 23 in 19 minutes and 29 seconds.
Your Damon brother. Brother.
Hey, all Damons are great. You got Damon Jones. You got Damian Lillard. I mean, come on, man. It's same right there.
Damian Lee.
Indeed. Well, okay. Yeah. I mean, didn't we revoke his Damian status? Did he get
because Tyrese dropped him and
Tyrese took his Damian status away. That is correct. Yeah,
he temporarily.
He lost.
We'll see him today. Be careful what you say about him. We'll see him today.
That only happens to you. That is yet to happen to me, where you come in here and you talk about somebody and then they drop 60 that night against the Kings. Though the Warriors are, I mean, the Warriors shorthanded compared to the Kings shorthanded, not the same, but the Warriors are missing some guys tonight. They're missing guys on the right. They're not missing Steph, which I think that's what matters the most, but they are missing. I think Wiggins is out. I think Wiggins is in protocol. I think Jordan Poole is in protocol. I might have to pull that up to be sure.
He was. I think he's
so they have a few guys who are out of the lineup for the game in San Francisco tonight as well.
Yeah. So,
but not Steph.
That's
kind of
not Draymond.
The Warriors are shorthanded, but Steph is there. That's kind of how it has to be.
Not Draymond. Everybody's boy Draymond. He's going to be there.
That's your guy. Draymond Green will be there for sure.
Draymond's actually playing well this year. No shade. He's playing really well. He's back engaged. Playing some good basketball.
Yeah, and we'll get to watch that firsthand. I'm really interested to see what the game looks like for this team tonight. It's the second night of a back-to-back for the Sacramento Kings. The Warriors didn't play. As a matter of fact, not only did the Warriors not play last night, their last game was against Toronto in Toronto, but they didn't send anybody. And I think that's interesting because you and I spoke about this a while ago when Canada is about to start implementing some new guidelines to get in and out of the country.
Yeah.
The Warriors were essentially like, we're good. Like, it's not worth it. We'll just keep these guys here. I wonder if that becomes a regular thing, especially for Western Conference teams who only have to go there once. If they just look at the game in Toronto and go, let's leave some guys back. Let's send a different roster there and let's see what happens. Because Toronto got them.
Yeah.
You know, Toronto got the Warriors the other night. But again, it wasn't.
Nobody played, really.
Right. It wasn't.
In Santa Cruz.
It was in Santa Cruz. It's a good squad.
Santa Cruz.
But it's not the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah,
it's not the Golden State Warriors. We got Drake Bars on the way. We're going to come back. We're going to talk more about Tyrese Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox. We're going to dive into the San Francisco 49ers as well. We've got a loaded show for you coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's a 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more dealing with KC next on ESPN 1320. So you want to try real quick? No, before you do all that, check Cam first. That little button down there that says Cam mic, and then audio.
Oh, this one Cam mic. I was like, where on the thing?
On StreamYard.
Yeah. Let's see.
And then check audio.
Yes, on to the
set to your Rodecaster.
Yeah.
Check 1, check 2, check. Can y'all hear me?
I'm guessing it should be.
Let me see.
Oh, I think Peyton said you. Oof.
Sounds better now.
Yeah, it looks like the crew's saying it sounds better.
Well, that's good news.
Check 1, check 2. Everything sounded good now.
Well, hit the okay. Yeah, they said your voice was jacked up too.
It's messed up. You guys say my voice is messed up.
Yeah, Bryce said.
Somebody got to keep it real with you.
Yeah, everyone says they can hear it. Everyone says they can hear it. All right, easy fix. Easy fix.
Tech support, Damian Barley. I remember when I used to work it was Comcast.
Shit, tech support my ass. I got to fix my own problems. I keep seeing that damn Wi-Fi thing coming up. I think that's why I keep hitting them pauses. I meant to do a big reset of everything in the house, but I always think of it too damn late.
I remember I used to work at Comcast, and we'd be in the call center. I agree. 916 Podcast. I agree, man. Shout out to my guys over there, man. Keith, Kane, Leek, Sean P. Shout out to my guys at the 916 Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
But we had to do like tech support for, you called it, hey, I'm not getting a picture here.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it was really consisted of unplug your box and plug it back in.
Yeah.
And then we would send a hit.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people think that that's like not true. Like we're just saying that. Well, I don't know what they do now, but back then we would send a hit for sure. Let me turn this fan on. Hold on.
KC was sending everybody that good black box signal back in the day. Y'all ain't about that life if you never had the black box.
It was real. Y'all youngins don't know about that, man. Y'all don't know about the struggle. You know what I'm saying? The elation. If you did, get the black box.
Finally got that black box. Got to watch all them pay-per-views. We're looking at YouTube here.
I got the read when we come back.
Okay. I think we're already one behind. Hit the thumbs up, y'all. Now that we got everything corrected, hit the thumbs up. So sorry we started out slow. We're end of the year lagging. We're not connecting early enough. We're sleeping.
It's a Monday.
We're sleeping. The dial-up struggle. Couldn't get on the home phone. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, let's get them thumbs up coming in strong, man. There's 176 already just on YouTube. We got to get Twitch to liven up a little bit.
Omar, they got rid of Channel 68 by then. Well, not necessarily. It was a whole package or whatever the case may be, but it wasn't Channel 68 no more.
Man, you ever venture too far? Like this don't happen now but when you had DirecTV, you ever venture too far down into the program guide and see some of that stuff that you could click on demand?
Oh, yeah.
Like the different, like word, like we, huh?
Oh, man, it's the 49ers Monday, 49ers Victory Monday at that. And it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Land on the shoulder. Absolutely perfect weekend for me.
For those who are listening on the radio and Odyssey app, what Kenny just did is mimic throwing the towel behind his back like Mr. Perfect used to do. Caught it right on his shoulder, or you could have done the old bit where you spit out the gum and
that's my
go-to.
I got in
trouble a lot for doing that.
Yeah, that was my thing. And then at school we weren't supposed to have gum.
And
all this other stuff. But that was my move right there. I used to love that one.
Mm-hmm. That was solid. Boom. It's not just a 49ers Victory Monday. It's a Sacramento Kings Victory Monday.
Yes, indeed.
And before we dive back into Tyrese Haliburton, how he looked like a different player and how he stepped up and did his thing last night. By the way, it wasn't the only game this weekend he stepped up in. We'll get to that. When you get a win,
come on,
you
man.
get bars.
Come on, man.
Now we're getting called, hey, you want to come on? It's Sports Sunday. Let's do TV yet. Didn't nobody tell me in advance before we started Sports Sunday that we was going to get Drake bars. Now we got Drake bars on the radio. We got Drake bars on YouTube. We've got Drake bars on television.
Hey, man, it's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. It's Kings beat the Spurs 121-114. Kings win. Yeah, man. I thought I was going back to, singing and all that other stuff, but I just had to get something off my chest first, man. Before I got back to the singing, I had to get something off my chest. Flamed out the bars last time. Suck cause I really like the rhymes. Happens to the best, I'll be fine. But the bars from now on, just one time. One take. When talking about the fame, it's usually mostly give and take. Just the beat, not the bars, came from Drake. Throw that smoking skull belt in the lake. Kings down, guys, beat the Spurs. Roster damage like the song from Her. Weather Gucci got me saying burr. Tyrese double-double, that's my word. Killing Porto Grinches on his feet. Jones off the bench with 23. Getting off the bench, set him free. Buddy, 7 threes, that's a lead. One more time, Flex. You need more? You need more.
Yeah.
Flex. One more time, Flex. One more time. 4 pounds. Buddy, 7 threes, that's elite. I'm upset.
Drake Bars
Yes, I'm good.
are brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs, a graphic designer and marketing company. You can check out all of his amazing work. You've probably seen it across the country on billboards, car wraps, and event promotions. Check out his gallery at DaveGarciaDesigns.com. You can make an appointment with him to discuss your marketing needs. You can make an appointment with him to get your dope gear made like he did this Fresh Prince of Bel-Air inspired D-Lo and KC for the culture of Sacramento hoodie that is available for 30% off right now at DLoandKC.com. Shout out to Dave Garcia Designs, sponsor of Drake Bars. Now, do you want to spend the next 10 minutes explaining? I love that you acknowledge the slip and fall in the store from the rerun of Drake Bars last week. But if you want to go ahead and take 20 minutes to explain each line.
I mean, there was nothing really to explain. There was cut and dry. I mean, there was a bar and there,
I like the Smoking Skull reference. I like
I knew you'd appreciate that.
I like the Damaged reference.
Roster Damage, like
great
the song
record.
came from her.
Yep.
Whether Gucci got my boy saying Burr.
Yep.
No, I'm just saying.
This
everything else speaks for itself.
See, this is legit my favorite part of Drake Bars is where you come back and explain every line that you drop to us. That is definitely
there are some part. in the audience who are familiar with her.
That's okay.
They are familiar with Damage. So they're like, Damage her? Who is her?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? So that's where I come in.
Got to get everybody hip to HER. That's where it's at. That was a solid addition to Drake Bars.
I was upset. You know what I'm saying? I was upset. I had to handle that. Now people were asking for me to sing the hooks. They want that to come back. And I thought about it, but I was like, no, I had to handle this one first. I'm upset. I'm upset.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna if no reruns. No, we ain't running.
Y'all heard what I said. The bars from now on, just one time.
That's what it is. If you want to catch Drake Bars, you could subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast. We will post them individually. Jesse is finding out this news for the very first time. We will post them individually on the D-Lo and KC podcast, wherever you get podcasts from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, the Odyssey app, whatever it may be. If you're on Apple, make sure you hit the 5th star there on the podcast. We greatly appreciate it. Shout out to my man Anthony. I know he's catching us pretty regularly there on the podcast as we get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. And a reminder, Jason Jones of The Athletic going to join us a little bit over an hour from now. And of course, our 1320 Kings insider James Ham will be with us for the final hour of this show as we get you ready for more Kings basketball. We told you when this COVID virus, when these health and safety protocols were running through the Sacramento Kings organization late last week, that, man, this was a hell of a time for it to happen because they've got a lot of games and they've got them in short order. They had one Friday against the Memphis Grizzlies, obviously the one last night against the San Antonio Spurs. They're at it again against, we just said it, the Clippers on Wednesday. So credit. We were talking about Tyrese, and that's where I want to focus on right now. Tyrese was stellar last night. I know it sucks because they lost. Tyrese was really good on Friday, too.
He was. I like the way he played on Friday, for sure.
And I don't think it's unfair to pose the question. Like, he seems to, and this isn't the first time that this has happened. Like, Tyrese has had an incredible ability to elevate his game with De'Aaron Fox out. And we've always talked about the way we think Tyrese likes to play. Find everybody, get everybody involved. Like, it was a week and some change maybe, where he shot the ball twice in a game. Like, yo, that ain't it. Like, I mean, I get it. I get your vibe, but man, you're too important to this team to shoot the ball twice in a game.
Yeah.
And of course, it's going to spark a ton of conversation. I think a lot of people are already on edge a little bit with De'Aaron Fox, and then to see Tyrese shine the way that he does without De'Aaron, like, I'm looking at it more from the aspect of I want Tyrese to shine like this when De'Aaron is around.
Yes, 100%.
I think we all get what we're looking for when De'Aaron and Tyrese, when that backcourt, when that duo meshes up at their peak levels. That's the Dame CJ we were talking about. It's you know what I mean by that. Like, it's a dynamic backcourt. It's the great backcourt that we've been looking for. It just feels like the two are never I don't know if it's style of play. I don't know if it's Tyrese takes a step back. I don't know if De'Aaron is just too dominant. I'm not sure what it is, but we just can't get these two guys at their peak on the floor at the same time.
Nah, and the thing that's frustrating about it, you look at last night, Tyrese took 19 shots.
Mm-hmm.
For my point, maybe that's a little high, but Friday he took 16 shots. And my point being, you can take 16 shots with De'Aaron Fox. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why not? You absolutely can take 16. Can you take 19? I think you can, but maybe that's a situation where, you know, there's not enough shots to go around. But I think you could take 19. De'Aaron could take 19. And I'm not here to bash the guy at all, because he played really well in the second half yesterday, hit some big shots. But when Buddy Hield's taking 18 shots,
Right.
like
Yeah.
9 of those, 10 of those can go to Tyrese.
Well, shots weren't like at a premium last night. They weren't difficult to find. You had Tristan Thompson had double-digit shot attempts last night.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes should always have double-digit shot attempts. Damon Jones had 15. The shots are there for that backcourt.
Right.
They're there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And it's like De'Aaron, Tyrese, Harrison. Those are locks for double-digit shot attempts every game. I mean, let's just say they all take 15. That's 45 shots. All right, that's a lock. They should all at least be at 15. And then you get, you know, everybody else is kind of whatever at that point. Like,
team took 91 last night.
It took 91. It took 88 against Memphis. So we talking about 45 shots. It's only half the shots.
Mm-hmm.
They can take half the shots. You know what I mean? Give or take, somebody gets up to 20 on a night or something like that. But with Tyrese, in his case, we're not asking you to get to. I asked De'Aaron to get to 20.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking Tyrese to get to 20. 16, you absolutely should be able to do. The frustrating thing about it is when you talk about 2 and 5 shot
Mm-hmm.
attempts, like that's like, come on, man. We can't have that, Tyrese. Can't have that. So I'm glad to see him playing the way he's played when De'Aaron is out. But now the question is going to be, and what we're going to need to see from Tyrese is, this needs to be consistent. There should be no reason. There is absolutely no, in this offense, the way this team is built, your importance to the team, there should be no reason you take 2 shots or 5 shots in a game anymore. No reason whatsoever.
Tyrese also, like, we've spoken in depthly on Tyrese and Rashawn and the connection that those two have. And I'm not trying, I don't want to minimize that at all. I think those two have a great connection, but I think something that we might have learned yesterday is Tyrese loves an athletic big man. Because he found Damon Jones at the rim several times.
Yeah.
He tried to find Tristan Thompson. I don't know that he's going to try to do that again, because Tristan Thompson isn't exactly, you know, he's not exactly flying through the air with the greatest of ease.
Chat, just relax. I already know. I'm talking about him getting up to get the board, get the alley-oop. Chat, yes. Chill.
Everything else involving Tristan Thompson getting up is in a box. We're saying nobody want to deal with that headache from Tristan Thompson. Point being, is it too overreactionary to pose the question like, hey, maybe Damon Jones should be getting some real run here?
Hey, we talked about it on Sports Sunday, or it might have been Sports Extra. I can't remember. But I was like, yeah, got to find minutes for him, you know, with Alex Leonard, Tristan. Damien said, the hell with them. Alex Leonard, Tristan, give them their minutes.
Right.
And you're not wrong. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. Like, I wouldn't be mad at seeing Damien Jones get some of those minutes.
Yeah, but and both of those guys have played well. That's not to minimize what Alex Lynn or Tristan Thompson have done. Tristan Thompson, again, he played pretty well yesterday. He was the starting. I mean, he played fine. He was the starting center yesterday. Not exactly the position you want to be in, but Alex Lynn was out. Obviously, Rashawn Holmes, I guess, is never coming back. So, like, it's we see Tyrese, and we thought it was Tyrese, Rashawn. And again, I think there's an amazing connection between those two. But I think another thing we learned is almost the understand what I mean by this. It's the Chris Paul effect. Chris Paul had a knack for finding big dudes at the rim. He had a knack for getting the ball in the perfect place for his big, whether it was Clint Capella or whoever, whether it was DeAndre or Blake, whoever. He always got the ball where it needed to be. He's doing it with DeAndre Ayton as we speak. I feel like Tyrese Haliburton has that same, and I don't know why I pronounced that so weird. I feel like Tyrese Haliburton has the same ability. He has that same knack to find an athletic big, put the ball in the perfect spot for them, and allow them to finish at the basket.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. And I think Damian Jones, not saying he's the second coming at all, but he's earned, every time we've seen him this year, he's earned the opportunity to get more minutes. And right now he's able to get them because they're two big men down. You know what I mean? And it's going to get tight once, those other two come back. But I don't know. See, the crazy thing about it, Damon Jones has played really well. The crazy thing about it is Alex Len hasn't played bad. You know what I mean?
Not
Tristan
at all.
hasn't played. So
not at all.
It would almost just be like you just going on a hunch and getting Damian in there, even though these other guys have played well as well. So
well, it's like the
it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, we'll get into this, another storyline. We'll get into this more as the show goes along, but we were talking about a particular subject about the Kings. I'm saying it's a free look. It's a free look. And how often do you get that? Well, Damian Jones right now, it's like, hey, we're getting a look at him with Rashawn out. And now we've got Alex Len out. And you already have games where, there was, under Luke Walton, it was Alex Len or Tristan Thompson. They weren't getting on the floor at the same time. And, even when Alvin took over, it was kind of like, let's just figure out something. And now Doug Christie's just trying to fill the damn lineup to get out there on the floor. Well, now that you're getting a look at Damon Jones and you're able, okay, he's got a rapport with Tyrese. Let's keep that in mind. For no other reason than Tyrese is part of our future. He's part of our, obviously he's a part of our present right now. But he's core. He's a part of everything we're building. If we got a young athletic big here that we could use that gets similar numbers, and obviously he excelled last night, and I don't know how close to what we saw from Damian Jones last night is what the real Damian Jones is. But if you have a young athletic big that's capable of putting up what you regularly get from Alex Len, what you regularly get from Tristan Thompson, I'd rather play Damian Jones.
I feel you. I understand completely. I understand.
Because I feel like you would only be you're just growing now. Now you're growing now you got a great role player to go along with the rest of what you're trying to build here in terms of young players.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. I do. And I like the style of play that Damian plays, especially when he's out there with Tyrese, rolling to the basket, the threat of the alley-oop, finishing at the rim. I get it. I get it. I love watching it. My only, and I don't know if it's a concern, so to speak, is Alex Len has also given really good minutes. Maybe it's something where we kind of thought we saw this at the beginning of the season, but an understanding between the three of them, that is going to be matchup based. It's going to be who you're going up against is going to be based in that nature. And while you have to be ready at all times, like Tristan was when Rashawn got hurt against New Orleans, I think it was, he was ready to go and came in and played well. There may be 2-3 games where you don't see the court, and we're going to ask you on that fourth game to get in and produce. If everybody understands that and is ready to execute, I don't see nothing wrong with giving Damian some of those minutes. Sometimes.
Well, we'll find out tonight.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, tonight he can get the minutes.
He is getting the minutes tonight?
Yeah, Alex is still out. Well, Rashawn is probably still out. So Damian playing tonight.
Yeah, they're definitely still out. Tristan Thompson played 28 last night. Damian Jones played 19. Tristan Thompson was in the starting role. It'll be interesting to see if that changes, only because we've seen Tristan more often than not come off. Like Tristan's hasn't, at least with this team, with the Sacramento Kings, hasn't been a starter. Damon Jones hasn't been a player. So if like you had him come off the bench last night, if you have him start tonight, if they flip-flop minutes for no other reason than it's the second night of a back-to-back, Tristan Thompson's, I think he's 30, 31 years old, somewhere around there. Like you could go with a younger guy. You have a really athletic team that you're going against, even though they're missing some of their athletes. You have a really athletic team that you're going against tonight who didn't play last night. I think there could be some advantages to starting Damon Jones if Doug Christie feels inclined. But what really should be taken into account is the fact that this team was able to pull together with so many guys out. And this was, we praised Buddy Hield for the way that he closed out the game. Mo Harkless, we haven't talked enough yet about Mo Harkless and the way that he played defense last night. Tyrese for being, kind of the leader out there. This was a team win. Everybody had a role last night against the San Antonio Spurs, and everybody executed their role well.
Yeah. And you mentioned how they kind of did the same thing on Friday night, and there was a run there, in the third quarter where Memphis stepped on the gas and the Kings couldn't keep up.
33-19 in the third quarter.
Yeah. I talked about in the third quarter, San Antonio came out trying to do the same thing. And they end up taking a brief lead, but the Kings were able to answer it this time. They were able to hit back and get that lead right back. And like you mentioned, do it together. That was what was missing on Friday. They tried. They had no answer for what was going on against Memphis. Yesterday they did. That was a good win for the Kings yesterday. Because look, the fact still remains, Damien. I know it's crazy and everything's going on. All these games still count. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
They still count.
Yeah.
So, like it or not, they're still battling for this play-in situation. San Antonio was coming on strong. You had an opportunity to go up against them head-to-head, and you got that win. So that was a big win for them last night.
And that's the thing that I think people are frustrated with. We saw 3 NBA games canceled yesterday, and Coach Molly postponed. Sorry, you're right. Yeah. Postponed. And Coach Molly hit me yesterday like, if all of these games are being postponed, why isn't the Kings game being postponed? And it's simple. The league isn't worried about competitive balance. They're not worried that, the 3 of the 5 starters are out or 2 of the 5 starters are in health and safety protocols or that the bench is decimated. They're not worried about any of that. They're worried about, the number is, what is it? 7, 8? Y'all got 10. You're going to go out there and play.
Yes.
This is a numbers game. This isn't a competitive balance game. So the reason that those other games were canceled is because they didn't hit the threshold of players needed to play a game as set by the NBA. The Kings did. It's not the players that we wanted. No knock on the brother, but Jamias Ramsey, Bob Woodard had a uniform on yesterday. Like that's not.
Shout out Justin Robinson. He made a hustle play out there.
He did. And that's the hardship signing, which you may have read about over the weekend. Is now that's not an option. Now it's mandatory.
I really might get signed, bro. This is getting crazy.
But between Drake Bars dropping on TV last night and now this mandatory replacement player, Kenny Caraway could be everywhere in 2022.
They're gonna have me on the bench talking about you're not here to get in the game. And then
you just need a uniform.
Stacey Patton goes down. They're like, Caraway, get in.
Yeah, you just need a uniform. Simple as that. Get out there and run. And that's all this was about. It's not about who's out. It's about how many are out. And the Kings, truth is, and I think it was Jason Anderson's tweet on Friday that really put the whole thing in perspective for us. Truth is, they're not even close. Like they had 10 bodies. Like they're not even close to missing a game.
They're not even up against it.
No, they're really not. I think the only thing that threw us a little bit that day was Tyrese and Chimezie, who both wound up starting. I think Chimezie started, but they certainly both wound up playing. Was that they were on the injury report listed as questionable. Now, had those 2 been ruled out, that could have changed the dynamic a little bit, at least for Friday's game. But they didn't. And so competitive balance be damned, as you just noted there, these games still count. Facts. They still count towards the record. And Portland won yesterday. I think I saw I got the standings up here somewhere.
Minnesota,
I think I saw
too.
Minnesota. I think has won a couple now.
Yeah, they beat the Lakers on Friday night, so teams might be coming back a little bit. Dallas might be coming back. The Lakers with Anthony Davis's injury, and that's outside of what other health and safety protocols. Teams might be coming back. You got to find a way to continue to win during these crazy times with the roster.
And Minnesota's up to 4 straight wins.
They're
Dallas,
super streaky.
Yeah. And that's what we talked about. This could be going on all year long. The Lakers are without Anthony Davis now for 4 to 6 weeks.
Wow.
I'm not sure that that's a bad thing. We'll discuss that later. We'll discuss it later. It's a tease. Portland's won 2 in a row. And you know what, man? When you talk about like just psychologically, they beat the San Antonio Spurs yesterday. They're going against a 24-6 Warriors team tonight. Had they lost last night, because they're still in the 10th spot, their nose is above water. Like they can breathe. They're not in the best position in the world, but they can breathe. They lose to San Antonio last night. They flip places with San Antonio, and they're no longer in the 10th spot. They're in the 12th spot. And going against the Warriors tonight, there are Rockets and Pelicans win away from being in 14th place, second to last.
Yeah,
had
crazy.
They not, and it just like it 13 and 18 at 10 feels so much better than what it would have looked like had they lost to the San Antonio Spurs. And we pull up the standings tonight following the Warriors game.
That's crazy. Yeah, you're spot on though. Spot on.
We'll step out. We'll come back, man. Plenty more to talk about. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. We're going to talk about Rashawn Holmes moving forward and when we might see some of these guys back. That's coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm struggling, man. Jesus. Every sentence feels difficult. Damn, man. This is Stat Will Z sent us. Oh, that's a good note, Will Z. Let me get this pulled up here. Will Z. Jones has hit 87.5% on passes from Tyrese this year. That's impressive no matter how little Damon Jones has played.
It's been super productive, man.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't done this. I don't think, I've never done this. So Sac City football stadium is just always open.
It might be. Yeah, I don't know.
We're
gonna run the stadiums.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wonder, like, it's just.
It must be. Yeah, it must be. There was one. Intercom was always locked.
Most of them are.
Yeah, Intercom. They had that field turf. They're like, we're locking this joint up.
Yeah, most of them are. That's why, like, I always see people at Hughes Stadium.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
just always open, huh?
They sure are. They sure are.
They used to have when I was in LA, Compton College was always open. You could always go run the stairs there and run on the track and stuff like that.
Oh, ARC isn't open anymore? I used to work out there a time or two. Work on that track.
ARC, man. It's crazy because if you asked me how to get to ARC right now, I would not know how to get there. I'd have to pull up the directions.
Oh, I know exactly. I would know exactly how to get there. I wouldn't know how to describe it, though. It's like off. Like if you were going to the current studio if you were coming to my house, but you were to get off on Auburn Boulevard, like that's like you could take that winding, like you come off Auburn, turn right, and then immediately left. And I think that's winding way. That'll take you right up to the back of American College. I don't know what area. It's right by the studio. I don't know what area that's called. I guess it's just Sacramento. I don't know.
Yeah, John Poles. Yes, I went to CRC Hawks. ARC though, you know, that's I play games there, but obviously the biggest thing I ever did there was playing Hoop It Up multiple years. Saturday.
Or ligaments in my knee.
Oh no. Oh.
Brutal.
Oh. The Saturday Hoop It Up day was one of those days.
It was a movie. It was a movie.
Saturday Hoop It Up, Black Family Night at the fair. There's about 5 of them that it's like, yo.
I swear the last time I was there is still there. You go to Io's parents' house, he still got the 1996 Hoop It Up first place plaque like on the fireplace mantle. Like right there. Real talk, man. Real talk.
Basketball, like on Wednesday. I had to check that out, Coach Molly. I had to check that out.
Yeah, you know I think Kyle overindulged a little bit this weekend.
I saw him getting it in.
Kyle went a little too hard on the splash. Got to drink responsibly, fam. That splash will sneak up on you.
It is a 49ers Monday. That's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. 49ers Victory Monday at that. Those are always better than just regular days.
That's true. Very, very true. Official ESPN 1320 statistician Will Z said Damon Jones has hit he shot 87.5% on passes from Tyrese Haliburton this season and was 4 of 5 last night in extended minutes. Hope that continues.
Play them all the time.
Well, and then that I think it puts the Rashawn Holmes thing into a little bit of perspective. Like Rashawn is awesome, but he's athletic. That's what Tyrese wants. That's what he needs. Give him an athletic big man who can roam around the rim and catch some of those lobs. Let Tyrese do what he does great. And that's put the ball, like Tyrese is like a quarterback. Like he's putting the ball in the perfect spot for his receiver. The difference is that receiver is grabbing it and throwing it through the rim. That's what we saw Damon Jones last night. He tried to do it with Tristan Thompson.
With TT.
Little TT wasn't successful in that regard, but as Kenny said, TT couldn't get up. First time, you know, People Magazine ain't got that headline, but you see Damon Jones, how athletic he is. Alex Lynn, same thing. Not super athletic, but you get a guy like Damon Jones out there along with Rashawn Holmes, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, and it's okay to have guys that do different things. So to have guys like that like Tristan Thompson and Damon Jones, or I should say Damon Jones and Rashawn Holmes, and then you have Tristan Thompson and Alex Lynn. Like that's cool. It's a variety.
Yeah.
I don't know when Rashawn Holmes is coming back though.
We thought it was 2 games. And that was what, 5 games ago, 6 games ago?
I thought it was a stretch when they said 2. I was like, all right, 2, fine. They're in Toronto. Let's call it 3. We'll see him when he gets back.
Yeah.
No. It was indeed those 3 plus the Holmes plus everything since then. Like
playing another road game since then.
Right. I'm not minimizing what happened to him. Someone called and told us what. Ugh.
Yeah, that sounded rough.
Yeah, I don't know how you have a procedure on your eye and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, go play ball.
Yeah.
But could you tell us? Like,
We'll see.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Could you tell us a little bit about our man?
The issue is they said the 2 games. And I know, I can understand them saying 2 games and then we'll, play it by ear after that. Like, I get it. It's not a big deal that they said 2 games, but that got into our heads.
Mm-hmm.
So we're thinking, 2 games. Like we said, he's not coming back for 1 road game. We'll make it 3. He should be back by the homestand. And here we are. Homestand is come and gone, and they're going on the road. They'll be coming back in. And there's really no, hey, he's like, it's not even
right.
Like he was a game time decision, but we decided it was just questionable, and then he was out. So I hope he's, healthy. I want him to come back when he's healthy or whatever. You don't need to rush back if you're not all the way right. It's just baffling. Just trying to figure it out.
And I'm just trying to figure out, when you have an injury like this, I don't know how you judge this. Like, because I don't want to, like, I don't know how you, like, did he lose, like, sight? Does it need to come back into, like, I don't know how you judge this at all. Were there stitches involved?
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
That's what I think. That's what makes sense to me, is that he had stitches. You got to wait for the stitches to heal.
So
take them out, things of that nature. That would be my guess.
But what are you doing, like, every day? Are you going to, now, I think COVID and health and safety protocols has taken some of the focus off of Rashawn Holmes. Like, if all of the guys were playing and we weren't in a health and safety protocol COVID issue, I think we would probably be asking more questions about, Rashawn Holmes and his health. But, like, are they legitimately, was Rashawn Holmes there last night, and the doctor looks and goes, nope, not today. We'll check again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, because when you say they're day to day, and that's what Doug Christie said yesterday, that Rashawn Holmes is day to day. Like, is that what you're doing? Like, no, not today. Go home, Rashawn. It ain't gonna be today.
Look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works out. I'm not sure how you check that on a day-to-day basis, or if it's something that Rashawn feels. We don't know if he's, sweat gets into it and it burns a little bit or whatever. Man. We don't know what's going on with goggles. Maybe, he's getting fitted for goggles and it's taking a little longer to get the ones that are right. I don't know.
I guess it makes sense if you just rule them out tonight and you rule them out Wednesday, you've just bought essentially another week, because their next game isn't until what, Sunday? After you go Wednesday, the next game Sunday, you just bought yourself another week. So just take the 2 games, work with Damon Jones a little bit, hopefully Tristan Thompson, hopefully no one else falls into health and safety protocols, and you got the same lineup that you had last night, or at least, pretty close to the same rotation of guys that you had last night. And, you kind of go from there, and then hopefully a week from now, Rashawn Holmes is in a better place. And even if he's not, hopefully we can get some sort of update on, like, where Rashawn Holmes is a week from now.
Yeah. I hope this is something that it doesn't linger, right? Like, that's because now that's starting to become my concern. Like, when he comes back, I want him to just come back and, all right, we're good. That's not something he has to worry about unless he gets hit or something like that. But just like, I came back, played a game, didn't feel right, I'm out for 2 more games, and I'm gonna try. I don't want that. I'd rather wait the extra days just to get him all the way back 100% good.
One, I think that's what Rashawn would want to do. He'd want to come back and try. I think he did that before with his shoulder issue. 2, another concern is, like, if he does miss an extended period of time, as strange as this injury is, it's like Rashawn has missed time here in SAC.
Yes.
And, like, it's like, man, Rashawn's really, really good, and he's really good for this team. But he also has he had a shoulder issue last year. Like, he's had various issues that he had to deal with. And obviously this is a very different one. Like, we talk about the freakish injuries Marvin Bagley has had. You can't get much stranger than this one. Like, he literally got his eye scratched. Like, that's just brutal. Just brutal. So hopefully our dude can come back soon. Anything else you want to touch on last night? Harrison was solid. He was okay over the last 2 games. I still, it's good that Tyrese kind of took that, I guess, leadership role and ran with it over the course of the last couple of games. But I still feel like we've lost our Harrison Barnes, man. That guy who we saw earlier this year just doesn't seem to be there right now.
Yeah. I feel like maybe he won't come back to that level. He was playing crazy in the first 2-3 weeks of the season. I don't know if he's going to come back to that level, but I have seen him pick it up a little bit. I mean, he had a big game the other night against Washington. I thought he played well against Memphis. A lot of the guys played well. They just weren't able to close it out. So there's that. And then, last night, last night. That was more Harrison to me. You know what I mean? That was more so what you're typically going to get. So he's just settling back into form. I think that's more so. Like I say, he had 14 last night. So 14 to 17. That's what I think of when I think of Harrison Barnes. So I think he's okay. I don't think that guy's coming back though that we saw earlier.
That's because you're not a believer. I'm a Harrison Barnes believer.
I'm a believer in Harrison. I'll recant that statement. That guy is coming back.
Yeah, it's hard to argue there. Sometimes Harrison has games where he'll have 14, 15, 16 points, and you won't really know it. You'll just see it in the box score later. Like, oh, Harrison had 14, 15, 16 points. And in situations like last night where Tyrese's performance stands out the way that it did, when Damon Jones' performance stand out the way that it did, and of course, when Buddy Hield closes out the game the way that he did, no matter what Harrison had done, it probably would have gotten drowned by those other three last night. And I feel like we haven't given adequate roses for Buddy Hield, who really was extraordinary in what was a pretty close game. Kings were up, but it was close. And then Buddy just got on one of those. He just got on one of those streaks that so many people want you to believe happens all the time. And it happened for him last night, man. He got hot, particularly in that. I mean, he had a pretty kind of whatever game. It was like, whatever. Like he's going to be remembered a lot more for the interaction with Mo Harkless, which we'll get to here in a second, than anything else. Shout out to Sean Cunningham, who always has his camera pointed at the right place at the right time. But he got hot in that fourth quarter, man, and he was a big reason that the Kings were able to pull away from the Spurs last night.
Yeah, I joked about it a little bit in the Drake bars, but that's 7 of 9 shooting from beyond the arc. That is elite.
Absolutely.
That's elite stuff right there. That's big time. And he was big in that fourth quarter, hitting timely threes, hitting momentum-changing threes, or keeping the momentum on your side type threes. Buddy played well last night. I like the way he played. I like, obviously, the way he shot the ball. This is the Buddy Hield, like you mentioned, that people think they think he can do this on a regular basis. He clearly can't. When was the last time Buddy had a game like this off the top of your head?
Well, off the top of my head, I don't know. But I'll push back. I'll push back a little bit and say Buddy didn't even have a game. Buddy had a quarter. He had a moment. And I think the absolute, if you wanted to sell me on Buddy, this is how you could do it. Buddy's not going to have because I can't think of the last great game Buddy had. There was probably a stretch earlier this season. I think he had like a crazy first quarter or a crazy second quarter. The problem is he usually does stuff early. If you told me, okay, I'll concede to you, Buddy isn't going to have an elite game, but he'll give you a quarter and you guarantee me it's the fourth quarter, I'll take it every time. I'll take it every time.
His last great moment, I guess, would probably be in that Lakers game, the triple overtime game, where he had some big shots there. Finished with 25 points, but his numbers.
But that wasn't
nasty.
Even this. That was like that. He was just steady. He was really good. Yeah.
He had a couple of big shots in that game. Like it wasn't like last night. Last night he was cooking for a whole quarter. And granted, the shots in the Lakers game, they were to send the game into overtime and get it close. Like they were clutch
they were
shots.
huge. Yep.
But he was 3 of 13 from beyond the arc in that game. You know what I mean? It's not like he was playing well. And if I remember vividly, he was actually, I thought he was killing them in that game. So until he started making those shots. So he was efficient. You mentioned it last night on TV. One of the big things about what he did last night that I like, that we always really love about Buddy, is his 3-point attempts didn't match up with his overall field goal attempts.
Yeah.
Shot the ball 18 times, only 9 3-pointers. That means half the time he was attacking the paint, or at least taking one dribble in from beyond the arc. That's the type of Buddy that always plays well. Like that, to me, that is the guy that you want to keep around. If he could get into that mode and do those things on a consistent basis, he's a damn good ball player. That doesn't even mean he's going to always make 7 and 9, or he's going to have 20. I'm not even saying it to say that. He's just going to be so much more efficient. I think his points per game total will rise, and it'll be something that'll help the team win more than the way he plays right now. The killer is he just doesn't do that very much at all. Like that type of decision making and shot selection.
Yeah, looking back at some of his game logs, I had said earlier this year, there were 2 games that I could link Buddy being directly responsible for the Kings winning. They were a long time ago. The first game of the season against Portland, he was 4 of 7 from 3 that day.
Mm-hmm.
The game against Phoenix, which I think was the Harrison Barnes buzzer beater. I think it was Harrison.
Yep.
He was 7 of 11 from 3 that day. That's, I think, the last time, and he finished with 26. That's the last time I think he had anything close to what he had last night. Though when you look back at the flow of last night's game, you can point to the way Buddy Hield was shooting in that fourth quarter as being the 3rd game of the season that he's directly responsible for the Kings winning.
Yeah, I'll give him that. I'll give
31 games this year, though, because I can point to other moments in the game other moments in the season where it's like, man, if you just hit a number that's closer to, again, the 9 3-point attempts with the 18 field goal attempts, he's capable of more. And I think that's the part that drives me crazy is, oh, Buddy's a shooter. Yeah, I understand you don't want Buddy with the ball in his hands for a super long time. I understand you don't want Buddy with the ball in his hands trying to think, like, what can I do here? I get that. But if you get him the ball in a position where he can make a play towards the basket or hit pull up from mid-range, I think he's more than capable of doing that.
I agree. I think that he has the skill set to do so. I just don't think his approach allows him to do that more times than not. And that's the frustrating thing about it and the disappointing thing about it. I think he has the skill set to be able to do something like that, though, easily. He has a skill set.
Though.
Yeah. Last night he was big time. He had some big buckets last night. Big buckets when San Antonio just wouldn't go away. Buddy was always there to hit a big shot to keep them at bay, and then eventually put them away as well. So shout out Buddy Hield, man. Big game. And we talked about it Friday. We said
where the hell was he Friday?
Friday. He was on his Kobe.
Shots on Friday.
He was on his Kobe. I told you he might do a Kobe.
I was on Buddy watch. He let me down.
He was out there on his Kobe, game 7 type stuff.
He heard the show. He's like, oh, now y'all need me? Y'all need me? Okay. I'm gonna show you.
All right, he made his point perfectly clear on Friday and then came back on Sunday and hit some big shots. So tonight, look, man, green light.
Part 2. Yeah, let's go.
Shoot the ball. I promise you right now. If Buddy comes in tonight and he shoots 5 of 22 and 3 of 15 from beyond the arc, I won't say anything bad about it. I ain't gonna say nothing because I need those 22 shot attempts. I do. I need you to be that aggressive if they're gonna have a chance to beat the Warriors on the road in the second night of a back-to-back. I need Buddy to get him up, man.
He's going to show San Francisco who the 3-point king is, man. That's
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
You're listening to.
You're going to stop all that nonsense.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today. Below 1.99% APR at 1.866. Go City 6. Had Buddy not gotten hot there in that fourth quarter, I think the big takeaway from last night's game would have been his interaction with Mo Harkless that our man Sean Cunningham caught on camera. As Sean always has that ABC 10 camera pointed in the right spot at the right time, and he caught an interesting bench interaction that showed a really frustrated Mo Harkless, and he seemed to be directing his frustration towards Buddy Hield. And Doug Christie was asked about that interaction following the game.
You know, it's for me, you guys, and I don't know because everybody's different, but that's good. You care. Like, do you got a pulse? Show me that this is what you want. On top of it, that we constantly ask for communication. They're communicating. How they're communicating, I'll leave that up to everybody else to judge. And the fact that they work it out together and then we keep it moving, I'm so here for that, because that's, if you hold it in, what happens then?
I'm with that.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm with DC. We've been screaming about communication for, I would say, for 31 games for about 3 years now. And we saw it last night. Here's Tyrese Haliburton talking about that same exchange with Mo Harkless and Buddy Hield.
Yeah, no question. No question. I think that's needed for us because I think we're all in the right place. I think, communicating, I mean, people might call it arguing, but, I think everybody's head's in the right place. Everybody wants to win, and it's just a communication. And, I think if we're going to make mistakes, they need to be aggressive mistakes that our heads and our hearts are in the right place. You know what I mean? Sending two to the ball or whatever the case may be. But we're just trying to do a better job of holding each other accountable, because that'll just go down the line and make everybody else do it.
There was also, I just want to mention this before you jump. There was also an interesting moment last night where Tyrese was asked about Buddy Hield in the fourth quarter, and James tweeted about this, and he started his answer by talking about Mo Harkless's defense, and then went to the way that Buddy Hield was playing and the way that Buddy Hield was shooting. But I thought that was interesting from Tyrese last night.
I don't know. I'm not trying to make something out of nothing. It could have been like he thought about the fourth quarter, and he said, I really wanted to talk about Mo Harkless' defense because it was big in the fourth quarter. So
Mo was really good yesterday, period.
He was. A little edge to him, even with the whole Buddy thing going on. A little edge to him, man. And I like that. I like what Mo Harkless did. If the roles, like, I don't want to make this as, get on Buddy or whatever. If the roles were reversed and Buddy was getting on Mo for something that he wasn't doing, I'd have no problem with that either. Mm-hmm. There needs to be that type of interaction, that type of friction. It never needs to be disrespectful or nothing like that. But if somebody is not doing what they're supposed to do, get on them.
It's communication. That's what Doug and Tyrese were talking about. It's communication.
Yeah, I'd much rather have that than not saying anything and let the problem continue to go on. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So we don't know what exactly the issue was or whatever the case. I think it was defense, because shout out to the HBK, Brendan Nunez. He tweeted out a sequence of plays that
right before.
And there was one time when Buddy closed out kind of crazy to a 3-point shooter. And immediately Mo Harkless just kind of throws his hands up like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And they go down once or twice or whatever the case may be. And I think they talked about it on the bench during the end of the quarter. So,
and the thing that you hope comes about of that is what Mo Harkless was frustrated about, what he communicated to Buddy. Buddy doesn't make that same mistake again.
Yeah.
It's great to have communication, but if communication just leads to the same mistakes being made over and over and over again, then I have to believe that's the weird part about moments like that, because you've got to believe stuff like that happens in practice.
Yeah,
like Buddy closes out on Tyrese, or whatever. You got to believe that somebody with no cameras, no fans, no media, nobody around, that somebody says something.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the awkwardness or whatever, it just gets heightened when you have an arena with people in it and cameras pointed at you and all of that's different stuff. But whatever Mo Harkless said, and this is the part that kind of concerns me, whatever Mo Harkless said to him, I have to believe has been said to him before.
Right. So
did you get through to him this time? Did you get through to him because it was a game situation? Did you get through to him because it was like a real, it wasn't a Tyrese Haliburton shot. It wasn't a scrimmage shot. It wasn't a practice shot. It was a real in-game scenario that you could point to and say, buddy, you can't do that. Look what it cost us, or look what it could have cost us. You have like a real scenario. There's no fictitious, working there. There's no use of the imagination. It happened. It's not a film session. You know what I mean? It's not revisiting anything. It's something you can point to in the moment. And maybe that has a greater impact than anything else.
I don't mean to chuckle during your point because you're right. I agree with everything you're saying. But you mentioned Tyrese Haliburton. It reminded me of the time when Buddy took the shot with like 6 seconds left. And Tyrese got the ball later and turned around and said, what is he doing?
That's one of the greatest clips of all time. I think it was Harrison. Did Harrison come over to hug Tyrese? And Tyrese was like, the hell was that? It was trash. That is such a great clip. That is one of the greatest Kings clips ever. If you know what you're looking for, that's one of the greatest Kings clips ever. Yeah. We'll come back, man. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. We're not done with the NBA. We're not done with the Sacramento Kings. Jason Jones of The Athletic is going to join us about 30 minutes from now. Kings Insider James Ham's going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to talk some 49ers football. The 49ers just took a step closer to the playoffs.
Ooh, and the heat is turning up right now.
Believe it or not, after the win, they took a step back.
Wait, what?
I'll explain. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Tyrese was like, bruh.
What's that?
Benjamin, I did listen to that podcast, and I did hear them mention about how Trey is kind of going crazy right now. Said Fred Warner brought it up without even being asked. It's like, Trey's kind of going to work on us right now. So some. Yeah. They also mentioned Matt Mayoko talked about how when he was kind of struggling, or was reported that he was struggling in practice and things of that nature, how it took him a little while to recover from that finger. Remember, he hurt his finger in the last preseason game, and technically was like out for a week, but they had a week before the season started, so he was able to come back. But they're like, he was kind of battling that for a long time, and now that's good. And combine that with his understanding, they say that boy's cooking right now.
Okay.
Cooking.
Okay. Trey show.
Trey show.
I had an idea for DeLoandCasey.com that I thought would be funny, but it's just also just quick note just for the chat house. We're going to be off Thursday and Friday. I mean, I'm sure most people got their own thing popping on Friday. We just decided to take the extra day just to kind of regroup a little bit. So we'll be with you 3 days this week and 3 days next week.
Yeah.
But the original design of the OK Drake Flow shirt was the OK Lake Show. I thought it would be funny, and it's because it's in Lakers colors. To put the OK Lake Show design that he made on the purple hoodie or the gold hoodie and put it on the website for our Laker fans, just to have it up there. But charge like $500 for it. I know no one will buy it, but in my head, it's funny, and I don't know if it really is, but in my head, it's funny.
I think that needs to happen.
Like, we love y'all. We love our Laker fans. Here's a $1,000 hoodie. It's the Kanye West style $1,000 hoodie.
Poco.
I don't. Yeah, Thursday and Friday. Yeah.
Poke a hole with it.
Yeah,
You know, that's the Kanye stuff. The poke a hole on it in it or something like that.
Oh yeah.
The artistic value goes up to it.
My joggers came.
Oh yeah.
By the way. So
I got a shipment in the other day. I don't think it's everything, but I got.
No, your shipments are in like 10 different. Like everything you ordered is coming in a different package. Like I got like, hey, no, Kenny Caraway's delivery. Got another one. Kenny Caraway's like, goddamn, let's show up, just sit down together. What are you doing? The joggers are actually pretty dope. However, they're like Nike workout. Like they're not like this. They're not sweat. Well, you know what I mean? Like they're not cotton sweats like this. They have like almost the dry fit top. And it makes the logo look clean. The logo looks dope.
Did I get some? No, I didn't get no jar. I'm looking at my list right now. I didn't get no jar.
Straight legs are never coming in.
The straight
you know who just dropped the straight legs, which I was like, yeah, he would do this. Russ, the honor the gift, he rocks these straight leg sweats. Like, dude, what you got? Ramsey buying this stuff? Like, what? It's terrible. Straight leg society. It's terrible, man.
Oh man, the straight legs. Yeah, no joggers.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So we I know there aren't many out there in the universe, man. But yeah, the logo was just.
Are they slim?
They're I don't think they're perfect. Like they're not baggy, but I don't think they're slim either. They're cut perfect.
Absolutely
perfect indeed. And now I'm like, how can I need to find a hoodie to like, I want to make a hoodie that is the same material.
Yeah.
But I'm having trouble. I'm going to spend a lot of time this weekend working on the site. Joggers.
It is a 49ers Monday, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Feel like I should mention this. Hey, Jesse, do we have Kings tickets at the top of the 2:00 hour? Oh, next week. Okay, next week. This is a 7-day tease. Next week, we've got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings. I probably should pay off that line about how the 49ers playoff chances dropped.
Explain yourself, man.
Well, it's playoff probability. So when the 49ers beat the Falcons, their playoff probability went up to 89%. When the Saints beat the Bucks, it dropped back down and it went to 80%.
I think the NFL's rigged.
I think the bet was the Bucks are going to make easy work of the Saints. The Saints are going to start to play themselves out of this conversation, but they've kind of kept themselves. It's just another team for them to compete with. So it dropped their chances from the time they beat the Falcons to the time the Saints beat the Bucks by 9%.
The Saints have the 7th spot right now. I'd actually be okay with them in the playoffs, even though I don't think they're very good, like especially on offense. Defense, they got some guys, obviously, but I don't think they're very good on offense at all with Taysom Hill. But yeah, I'd like to see New Orleans in that spot. I'd love to see them go up against Tampa Bay again in that first round.
Okay. You think there's something? Well, we'll get to that.
I wish I would have screenshotted it or kept it. Did you see the numbers of Saints versus Bucks the last 7 regular season games?
No.
They have now. Granted, Tom was only there last year, but they've destroyed the Bucks in the last 7, but that does include last year against Tom Brady. beat the hell out of them to start the season, and I think it was a Sunday nighter. New Orleans went in there and beat them like 31-3, and then they beat them. Did they? Was that the first time they played
twice
this year?
No, they beat them twice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So, but the only thing that matters is what Tom did in the playoffs to them last year. So, yeah.
Well, let's dive into the 49ers victory here after we talk to our man Joe. 916-349-1320.
Yeah,
Joe, what's happening, buddy?
I need to talk to Joe.
When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, I'm still going to call you.
That's why we forward with you, Joe.
Mac looked like a rook the other night. He cost the team by throwing those 2 picks.
Yeah, that was tough.
They should have ran the ball 29 times. Get the ball out of his hand.
Belichick had 2 weeks to get ready for that Colts offense, and they got run on. So New England might be suspect.
The Colts are a little strange because I never give the Colts any type of credit. And Carson Wentz, appreciate you, Joe. Carson Wentz did his best Mac Jones on Saturday night. He didn't do much of anything.
Didn't have to.
Ended up getting an A on the test.
Yeah, didn't have to. Got that boy back there running the ball the way that he did. Did I read that was the fastest run from scrimmage all year?
I didn't see that, but I could believe it. He was gone. So, but I say that to say the Colts, like I said, I haven't given them much credit this year. I mean, they're looking like they're getting into the playoffs right now. They're the 5th seed at 8-6. Now, remember how terrible we thought that loss was by the 49ers to the Colts? The Colts, they stunk that game. There's no reason the 49ers should have lost to the Colts in that monsoon that was at Levi's. But I mean, the 8-6 Colts, man, it looks like they're going to the playoffs. So
they stick.
Do they still have an outside chance of winning that division? I think they do. Titans are 9-5. Colts are 8-6.
Yeah, it's not the most.
I'm not sure if they
difficult.
Not
the most difficult division. Yeah, not the most difficult division right there. But the 49ers beat the Falcons, and that's what we're here for. It's a 49ers Monday, not because of what the Colts did or because of what Mac Jones did, but it's because of what old steady Jimmy Garoppolo got done. Jimmy G,
my guy.
Your man.
He's my man. I still want him out of here, but just because I want you out of here doesn't mean you're not my man's anymore. I want Jimmy to succeed in his future endeavors for sure. I like Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, I hope I never hear that. Oh, just because you're my man's don't mean I don't want you out of here.
Well, look, he could stay.
That's what Danny's gonna repeat to me like 2 years from now. No, just because you his man's doesn't mean he doesn't want you out of here. Like, he's sick of you. It's going on too long. But
Nino said it perfectly. It's never personal. Always business. And if Jimmy agreed to take like a $20 million pay cut, he could stay. We could have a good time.
What's he make next year? He's
like 23. So if he got that down to 3, Jimmy, and he said he would be Trey's backup, I'd love to have Jimmy around. But
Jimmy's going to be a starter somewhere else in the league for a lot more than $3 million.
I agree. I agree. I'm just saying that if it was I don't know, I can't even think of anybody that I don't want around right now. But if it was somebody I didn't want around, it'd be like, you can't restructure. I just don't want you. I want you gone. It's not how I feel about Jimmy. So it's just a business situation.
Well, Jimmy's doing a great job at making sure the business of Jimmy Garoppolo is booming in the offseason. He executed the plan that Kyle Shanahan put out there for him. And I'll give Kyle credit here because this has to be a Kyle Shanahan thing. It does not matter who the running back is. And that's such a discredit to Jeff Wilson Jr., or to Raheem Mostert, or to Deebo Samuel, or to whoever. He puts a running back there. That running back runs for damn near 100 yards.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. And this is what I'll give it to Kyle, and we'll move back to his father. This is just what it is. That's what it is. Whoever it is going to run. What's my man? Drawing a blank on Morris from Washington.
Alfred
Morris, out of nowhere. I mean, a great story. The man was unemployed, sleeping in his car. He came out, was a top 5 running back in the game. Remember Olandis Gary the success he had with him. Now, look, Terrell Davis is a Hall of Famer, and he would have been great, I think, in a number of different systems. But the fact remains, he was what, 7th round guy on special teams, and Mike saw something. Well, I'll put him in the system. Goes to the Hall of Fame. Is one of the great running backs of all time. It's just what happens in the system. That is one thing when you talk about the Shanahans, because I'll put them together, and Bobby Turner, Uncle Bobby out there. When you talk about their run game, this is something that has worked out for decades. For decades. And whatever system they have, I don't know why their system is so different than anybody else's that ever tries to win the football in the NFL. But it is, and it works every time.
It's no wonder, like, at some point, we've talked about how the running back has just continued to get devalued in the NFL. Like, we're getting to the point of we're going to hit the low point in the running back stock. I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting really, really close. Saquon Barkley might be the breaking point. He might be where the stock in running backs bottoms out in terms of them being top 5s, maybe even top 10 draft picks, and then getting massive contract extensions later. Unless you can do things like what Christian McCaffrey can do, like where he can, potentially run for 1,000 to 1,200 yards and catch for 1,000 to 1,200 yards, you might not see guys drafted that high anymore. And Kyle Shanahan and everything that you just laid out right there is going to be the model point for it. He just plugs guys into the backfield who go on to be, and I watched Jeff Wilson last. Is this the offensive line? Is this the play call? Like, how does whoever walk back there just go rush for 1,000 yards like it's nothing? Now, in 2 weeks, someone's going to be hurt, and you're going to have to plug somebody else back in there. I don't know what that's all about, but it really is. It's what you and Kyle have talked about so often. Sorry, what you and Kyle Matson have talked about so often.
Kyle Shanahan would talk about it too.
Of course,
given the opportunity.
If Kyle Shanahan can play the game he wants, which is, I think, what we saw last night or what we saw yesterday afternoon. And that's, in this case, Jeff Wilson first, Jimmy Garoppolo second. Run game first, pass game second. He'll be able to play call his team to a win. And that's probably where I don't give Kyle Shanahan enough credit. When guys are out there able to execute his vision seems to be flawless. Yeah. It works. I mean, establish the game through run. Like, that's not exactly rocket science in the NFL. Like, I understand that. But the fact that Kyle has so regularly been successful at it without a Terrell Davis, without the Hall of Fame running back, with just guys in the running back position, I think is pretty freaking amazing.
Yeah, you even go to Kyle in recent memory. People talk about Raheem Mostert. Raheem Mostert didn't start until like week 12 that year, and then just took off like a rocket in that system, and was this guy
who was the starter?
Coleman.
Oh, right. That's right.
Tevin Coleman. And I don't think he even started. I forgot. So check this out. That year, Matt Breida started because Tevin Coleman started the season hurt. Matt Breida started. They were doing their thing.
And he established himself as a monster.
Yeah. Matt Breida was a beast, right? Yep. He was a beast. Yeah. And then Coleman came back. He takes off. He's a beast. Coleman and Breida, I think, get hurt going into the Ravens game or maybe the game before that. Raheem Mostert runs for like 120 and just never relinquished control of the starting job. And the same thing is like kind of going on here, right? Like, it was supposed to be Mostert, and all of a sudden this Elijah Mitchell kid comes out of nowhere, and he's this dominant, runs for 1,000 yards or something like that. He goes down a couple games. Jeff Wilson comes back. Jeff Wilson did the same thing last year, where he just kind of stepped in for Mostert and ran for 100 yards. So it's really crazy. And that's the thing with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan absolutely has flaws, but I'm a believer that when his game plan is executed without turnovers or, everybody's doing their job, I mean, the possibilities are endless for what he can do. Because now I'm looking at this situation. He is unleashed, or whatever you want to say about Debo and George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's got Wilson running.
Mm-hmm.
Now, out of nowhere, he's got Brandon Ayuk in a spot where he's a playmaker again. He didn't found Juwan Jennings out of nowhere. And Juwan Jennings is now turned into the new Kendrick Bourne, on third down. And I question Kyle, maybe not as harshly as others, but I did question him earlier about being a leader of men and being able to get this team on the same page and what was going on with Ayuk and all this other stuff. He's come through all this with flying colors right now. I mean, his team looks united. They look like they're oozing with confidence, not necessarily oozing with machismo, but they look ready to go down the stretch. They're playing as well as anybody in the league right now.
Yeah, no argument. And you mentioned unleashing George Kittle and Debo Samuel. Those two combined for 10 receptions yesterday on 11 targets and 153 yards. George Kittle having 93 of those 153 yards yesterday.
Can I do something real quick? Can I just do something? Last week, talked to Kyle Madsen, and I know everybody likes to think I'm this 49ers homer, or I think all crazy about the 49ers. But Damian, when I said what I thought their ceiling would be, what did I say?
First round playoff win.
I said one playoff win. And that's probably the best they can do. I want to raise that a game. I do. And it's not necessarily because it's the Falcons, because the Falcons aren't good. I mean, I know they were battling. They had found a way
but that team's a man. That team was full of Mo Harkless, Buddy Hield moments. Like I'm talking the first quarter, Matt Ryan was screaming at everybody in sight. I'm watching that. I'm watching this string of like maybe 4 straight moments thinking, oh, I'm going to be really upset if the 49ers lose this game. Like these dudes are about to fight each other.
Right. And they were like playing for their season. And they're just losing it.
Matt Ryan's screaming at the coach. He's screaming at the center. And it's like, oh, the Falcons are done. But go ahead. That stood out so much to me. That was the first quarter. Matt Ryan was screaming at everybody.
He was hotter than fish grease in a wrong way.
Matt Ryan versus Mo Harkless yesterday would have been better than any of them weird fights that were on Saturday night.
I want to explain this real quick, but I want to say this before I forget. I think Miss P heard this. I didn't hear it on the broadcast. Did Mark Jones say last night he was traveling more than an Instagram model?
He did. He did. Yeah.
That is hilarious. That's going in the archives right there. That's an all-timer. Traveling more than an Instagram model. Only Mark Jones can give you that.
It's up to you to tie this back to the 49ers. Miss P, you're about to get blocked because obviously Kenny can't focus when you're tweeting him things or something.
That was hilarious. But when I talk about the 49ers ceiling, I'm going to raise that up. I could see them in it. I mean, I could, like Kyle said, if somebody came from the future and said, hey, the 49ers made it to the Super Bowl, I can see a path. It wouldn't be the one that I would predict, but I can see a path. But I can absolutely see them get into the NFC Championship game. And there's 2 things. Number one, like I said, going up against Atlanta, that in itself isn't it. But they absolutely handled Atlanta the way they were supposed to. Absolutely. Sure. Like Atlanta, after the fumble and they couldn't get in on the goal line, the game was over.
Yeah.
The game was over. And the Niners, if it wasn't for the Arden Key roughing the passer, they might not even have scored a touchdown.
Man, that was a hell of a call.
Yeah, it's tough.
That roughing the passer was tough. I don't know what you're supposed to do in that situation.
I have no idea. And I heard that they essentially do have a discretion type area there where if somebody was doing it to be rough with the passer, you throw the flag. But the ref can look and be like we're saying, what is he supposed to do? He wasn't trying to do something, but they gave him the penalty anyway.
The only thing I could think of is it looked like this sound weird. It looked like both his feet were off the ground. It's almost like he jumped on Matt Ryan. Like maybe that's where the call came from. But once you're there, I don't know how you turn to the side.
Right. And if you got to jump to go get him, that's what you got to go do.
That was a tough call. And I did think for a second, man, I hope this doesn't swing anything.
Yeah, they got a touchdown. It tied the game at 10. There was a third down play. They were out of field goal range after that sack. They were going to give the Niners back the ball to end the half.
Yeah,
but they ended up scoring, and it got to 10. But I look at how they handled the Falcons. Just dominate them the way you're supposed to. That's what I want to see. I look at what this defensive line is starting to turn into. What the defense in general is starting to turn into. I've been banging the drum saying the defense isn't as bad as people make it out to be. They just have to stop committing the penalties. They've kind of stopped committing the penalties, and they're playing really well. D'Amico Ryans is doing really good right now as a first-time coach.
Yeah.
And that defensive line is crazy. It's getting crazy. Even our guy 91.
Man,
they're making plays.
Played really, really well yesterday.
And it's
really well.
3-4 straight weeks when we've been saying he's been jumping off at the screen. Armstead's been doing great. And then you got 97 doing what he does, having an all-pro season, having a defensive player of the year caliber season. I don't know if he's going to win or not because there's other great candidates, but he's having the caliber of season to merit that type of consideration. And you got that. And then the other thing that I saw and that came to my mind, we all saw the play yesterday where Debo catches that ball across the middle and he's racing towards the goal line, and some poor little cornerback from the Falcons said, I'm going to stop him.
Poor human being.
And almost got his teeth rearranged from Debo Samuels. I saw that, and I'm like, I'm not saying they can't lose. I'm not saying that. That's hear me when I say I'm not saying that. But what defense is built to bring the fight back to these two guys? When I talk about Debo and Kittle, these guys are heat-seeking missiles. They invite all the smoke, all the contact. They play with the level of physicality that you expect defensive players to play. They play with it on the offense.
For sure.
What defense is built to go up against them and be like, yeah, I want to tackle them. I want all that smoke and handle it.
Well, I think the idea for I think a defensive game plan, like if we're going all to let's go with the Mac Jones versus Jimmy Garoppolo Super Bowl, right? If we're talking a Bill Belichick situation, he doesn't want his guys in a position to have to tackle George Kittle and Debo Samuel in the open field like that. They'll have some sort of scheme, I'm sure, to where if those guys catch the ball, this is how we go about it.
Mm-hmm.
But the issue with that is when you reference guys like Debo and you reference guys like George Kittle, they can only be effective when Jimmy Garoppolo was on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think strategy number one for a Patriots defense or any NFC playoff team that the 49ers are going to be going against, we don't have to go all the way to the Super Bowl here, is frustrate Jimmy, get Jimmy out of rhythm, and immediately, their two biggest weapons on the offensive end, at least, they become insignificant.
Mm-hmm.
We can take George Kittle and Debo Samuel out the game by taking Jimmy Garoppolo out the game.
Now, but this is what Kyle Shanahan does, and we'll see what happens. I'll say Seattle kind of did that, even though Debo didn't play that game. So that's a huge loss. But Seattle did it, where before you say get Jimmy G ruffled, you have to take away the running game. If you don't take away the 49ers running game, it's curtains for you. Because at that point, they're going to start gashing you. You're going to react to the play actions. And now you can't get Jimmy flustered because the running game's clicking and he's going. So,
and the good thing for the 49ers is when you're matching up against the defense, they can only take away one thing first. They can only take away one thing first.
Exactly.
Like you can't go, let's take Jimmy Garoppolo out of the game. What about the running game? Okay, let's do the running game first. Well, that's going to get Jimmy. Oh, shoot.
Exactly. And that's where the complications come in. And when you talk about Debo, now they've added this thing where, like, I hear what you're saying, take Debo out, but they can get him the ball without Jimmy, like just a handoff.
Yeah,
so they
sure.
get him to rock now.
Mhm.
That's your playmaker.
Mhm.
And if you get in a drop back situation, now, okay, we're going to make sure we take Jimmy and Kittle out the game. Now you're leaving one-on-ones for Ayuk, and you're leaving one-on-ones for Juwan Jennings. And the weapons are starting to come together for this team. It's a one-game thing. It's the playoffs. It's the NFL. So, you know, anything can happen on any given Sunday. You go on the road and have to face these guys that could be amped up or whatever. But the level of physicality that the 49ers play with on the offensive end,
Mm-hmm.
I think that poses a lot of problems for, like, the Patriots, really off the top of my head, is the only defense that I feel can match that physicality. Maybe LA, but LA is soft in the middle. That's where you get that's why the 49ers always get them, because they're soft in the linebacker position. They're soft in the middle. So it's, man, I don't know. I don't know who has the physicality to match up what the 49ers do on the offensive end. It's going to be interesting to see.
It will be, but credit should be given to that San Francisco 49ers defense, and even that secondary, who they had a couple of plays dropped on them yesterday. But overall, I think you used this line a lot last year. I don't feel like you've used it as much this year, but it was and certainly with so many guys out last year, it was a little bit different. But bend don't break.
Mm-hmm.
Might have that secondary bend up a little bit, but they never broke. And I feel like I can say this removed from the 49er fandom. I feel like this team, just from an NFL observer, I feel like this team is starting to come together at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are some things starting to click for the 49ers where I'd look at this from a completely neutral perspective and say, okay, this is a team to keep your eye on when the playoffs start.
You heard it here first. Damian Barling says Niners Super Bowl run.
It's exactly what I said. More run than an Instagram model. 49ers Mondays brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. We'll have more 49ers coverage coming up here in just a few minutes, but we're going to talk to Jason Jones of The Athletic. We'll talk about everything that is going on in the NBA, everything that is going on with your Sacramento Kings, and we will do that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ramsey, stop it.
Wow. Poor Ramsey. I don't think we spend enough time
for you too. We'll get it whenever we can get it in. Flip side is ready for you, Ramsey.
I don't think we spend enough time, because we have fun with Bad Take Roddy and Wet Blankets. We don't spend enough time talking about how many stupid things Ramsey tweets a day. Like, I don't think, like, when you talk about 4-hour show messages per day, I don't know that anyone tweets dumber stuff than Ramsey. Like, when he is in his feelings about his teams losing, man, he really he runs with it.
And I think the Falcons are his #1 team. He has like 3 or 4, but I think the Falcons are where his heart lies.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey,
sorry,
had
Ramsey.
to be done.
That's all right.
Had to be done.
Hey, they're still in it.
Technically, yeah. I'll save it for when we talk about it, but yeah.
So flip side.
You need flip side, Ramsey. You need it.
Oh no, we got you, Ramsey. No, don't worry, buddy.
Matter of fact, if you were there, you didn't hear the Falcons call, so that's why you need flip side.
Ramsey was probably listening on the radio. That'll fix it. That'll put some butts in the seats.
Hold on.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Jason Jones. What's up, man?
Not much. What's going on?
Man, where you at? A little artwork behind you.
I'm at my girl's place. You know, my decor is not nearly as nice.
No.
I got sports stuff everywhere.
You got the one picture of
I am.
Muhammad Ali off in the distance.
Yeah, I keep Muhammad Ali to remind me that those are the type of athletes I probably would never get a chance to cover.
Mm.
And so then things happen. So I said, maybe I will. Then, we'll see. I keep Kobe in the background too over there. Keep, my Dodger stuff,
my Dodger stuff. That's just a waste. But
that was uncalled for, but okay.
Who is the most well, no, I'll save it. I'll save it for the air. Because I want to hear what you got to say. Yeah. Save it for the air. It's a good thing, it's a positive thing.
Mm-hmm. Make sure my camera's good.
No Niners lost though. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that to talk about. We clicking right now.
Yeah, you got a game coming up here in a few minutes.
Yeah. Conspiracy, man. The conspiracy. See, even though they ain't playing Brooklyn or nothing, I just,
Is that big?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wonder why Christmas missed us.
Oh,
like that.
That's hot.
Yeah.
That's dope.
I got it at a Nets game.
Wonder why Christmas missed us. How you like Barclays?
I don't like that it's so dark in there.
Yeah.
It's like it's a bootleg would try to be like Staples, but it just comes off as gloomy.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I mean, it's like a real sad environment. When they
and the interesting thing about that is they'll turn the lights on when they have like college games, and the arena looks so much better, at least on TV.
It just feels gloomy for Nets game. It just feels gloomy.
I saw the first NXT Brooklyn there.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a lot, and that was one of the dopest.
That was probably live.
That was one of the dopest things I'd ever been.
I like the building. The building is. I love the building. I just don't like the darkness.
Yeah,
they
really do. They
turn the lights on.
That's another one that I feel like closed off the concourse. Like you can't see anything through. Like when you're on the concourse, which is really wide and big, I feel like you can't see into the bowl.
Oh, you can't. It's like a whole different part of the build. Yeah, you can't see in there.
Oh, bad.
Tricky.
They want you in your seats.
Mm-hmm. Got to give us something to watch, though. Right now, you're just watching guys from the G League.
You could watch Kyrie on the road.
Not yet.
Right.
That was so predictable.
That's such a bitch move, dude. Okay, we're coming back. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866 Go City 6. We welcome in not our resident 49er fan, but our resident Raider fan who's taking a break. The Raiders actually play a football game coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Our man Jason Jones of The Athletic here with us telling stories about arenas on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll just start the conversation where we were during that break right there. You not even remotely surprised about Brooklyn's decision to bring Kyrie in as a part-time player?
I was, but then again, I'm not. I mean, you have to imagine that his good friend Kevin Durant kind of let it be known, hey, we need some help. I mean, it was just kind of, I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. In the midst of an NBA COVID outbreak, let's bring back our most outspoken unvaccinated player who then enters protocol like that. Like, shocking, it's just, I don't really even know what to make of the league right now with all this stuff going on. But, but you look at the numbers in the country, it's matching the country. And I guess people really got it in around Thanksgiving. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what to make of some of these games now. It's just, you get guys just getting signed, not from the G League. Like the G League showcase is now like the minor leagues. You just go down there and, fly into Vegas, grab some players and leave.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some stuff we thought the bubble was crazy. What we're seeing now to me is crazier than the bubble.
Well, what's even crazier about this, in my opinion, more than the bubble, is you're getting, guys like Justin Robinson and all these G League guys and a starting lineups almost full of G League guys for games that matter. Like these are all like you talk about the Kings, like and maybe nobody else worries about the standings. They're just going to get in where they can. But Kings out here trying to make the playoffs, they don't have 8 guys out there. They played a game last night against the Spurs that really matters to them, and they had to give minutes to somebody. No disrespect to them, but they had to give minutes to somebody like Justin Robinson who got here 2 days ago. It's just that's the crazy part about it, is these games actually counting, and a lot of these teams aren't even playing with their own players.
Yeah, and what's going to be crazy is seeding. And to me, this isn't even the craziest. Wait till you get to the playoffs, and what happens then if, say you are the Brooklyn Nets and Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden are all in protocol, or what if you're the Warriors? You've had this great regular season, and all of a sudden Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins are in protocol at the same time. It's not unfathomable that could happen.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know what I don't know what you do with this. Do you consider going to a bubble for the playoffs? I mean, to me, there's a lot you have to figure out between now and then. I mean, I'm no scientist, but is it really going to be a whole lot better in the next 3? It seems like we go through these waves, and what if another wave kicks off? After Memorial Day, people like to go to the beach and have a good time and everything, and maybe you're dealing with a smaller set of numbers at that point in terms of players. Obviously, with the playoffs, half of the teams aren't going to be there, but I don't think the NBA wants to get to the playoffs and have their finals decided by guys who were signed.
That's when the NBA is going to suspend testing. We'll test in 2 weeks. We're just
going to roll the dice and get through these last 2 series. We're in the conference finals. We can't have this messed up final positive test.
We'll be fine. And that like, people talk about, a bubble situation. I think the bubble was really expensive. Yeah. Like it's not like it was just, hey, Walt Disney was able to shut down or whatever it was for a certain period of time. Like that cost some bank for the NBA to pull off. And, LeBron, I don't know, he won the hardest championship ever there in the bubble. I don't think 2 things I don't think they're going back to, Jason, and I'm kidding. I don't think they're going back to the bubble. But do you think there's any chance they pause the season, stop the season, anything like that?
I don't think so. I mean, they're making all these rules to let you add more players for a reason. They're going to get these Christmas games off. It might be me out there playing for the Lakers against Brooklyn, but they're going to get these Christmas games going.
Yeah.
They might need you down with Golden State, Damien, they might need you in Utah or somewhere, hey, but they're going to play these games.
Did you just send me to Utah?
I sent you to a good team.
Jason just sent me to Utah. I took that personally. He sent me.
That was just the first one that came to mind. I was like, who else is going to my
You a cold piece of work, Jason. You cold.
Hey, how about we put the Clippers? You in LA?
I'll get down there and run
Phoenix?
with Donovan and Rudy.
How about Phoenix?
I'll go to Phoenix.
I'll
go to Phoenix.
I don't know why Utah. Maybe because it's wintertime, and I think and I actually like Salt Lake City. I've had a good time out there a couple of times. But
a lot of people say that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I could have a good time in Salt Lake City, but yeah, a lot of people say Salt Lake City's not as bad as you would think.
You got to know where you're going. You got to know the right people. Because I was out there a few times, and I was out there for a story on Jimmer Fredette. So I had to go out to Provo, and Provo, like it was a different world. I'm trying to get like a soda. They're like, well, they don't sell caffeine. I was like, what?
Oh man!
Wait, really?
There were places like, we don't sell caffeine here. I was like, okay. And then my biggest shock is that everywhere I go, I get a shot glass. As a collector, I'm on BYU's campus, and I can't find a shot glass. Then it dawned on me, I don't think BYU is going to sell a shot glass. So I had to get like a BYU cup. I was like, that's throwing off the whole collection. I had all these. I have a shot glass from every NBA arena. I have them from most NFL stadiums. I just collect them, and I was like,
and a BYU coffee
shot
cup.
Glass. Did not find one. That campus, they would not sell me a BYU shot glass on that entire campus.
Man, yeah. Well, get ready for your next home, Damien.
Oh man, ship me off to Utah. Crazy, it's a crazy game.
Good luck getting the haircut. I'm sorry.
Oh boy, I thought I had a hard time in Knoxville getting one, but man, to Utah, boy, Hey, but shout out to Bruce Pearl. I found his barber there in Knoxville. Got the job done for 6 months.
Like I said, I mean, the jury's still out on if it's brother Bruce or not.
I don't know.
Somewhere down the lineage, man. I feel like it's brother Bruce.
Hey,
We need
like
to get
the shirt
that,
said,
that
Bruce is for
70s
the
picture
culture.
of Bruce. We got to see how the blowout looked back in the day. You know, we got to see if that, you know, if that thing got a little, you know, little rain in it. What happened? Did it shrivel? Did it shrivel up? What did it do?
A little rain.
You know,
Y'all might have just lost me because I'm gonna start googling pictures of young Bruce Pearl to see what I can find here.
add him to the list of guys who was cool that you didn't know was cool. You know, he can hang out with Travis Kelce. You know, he can bring potato salad if you want.
Oh, I'm gonna. Man. Oh
Is that my brother?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna run this for you on the stream here, but let's try to shift our focus here to the Sacramento Kings. You could help your boy out, Casey, if you wanted to. So I apologize, you know, to everybody listening on the radio. I have to show this picture to these guys as we were talking about, you know, the potential for brother Bruce. And I don't know, man. Here's a young Bruce Pearl.
Oh, come on, man. Hey,
so
if Drake is a brother, Bruce Pearl is a brother. Okay. He looks like Drake's dad. Looks like his brother.
He looks like Drake.
he does kind of look like Drake.
Looks just like Aubrey.
You got Drake bars. You got them
Mr.
Drake
Graham,
curls.
We have questions, Mr. Graham.
Oh man. Kenny, get us to the Sacramento Kings,
I mean,
man.
it's gonna be
Jesus.
tough. It's gonna be tough, but I'm gonna try and do it. 'Cause my brother Bruce is just out here styling
He's
and
part
posting.
Drake, part Lou Ferrigno. This is awesome.
I'm tweeting the picture out for everybody right now so you can see it at D'Lo and KC on Twitter.
I can tell when you told me he told you where to get the haircut. I knew what time it was.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
Sacramento Kings.
He has
Yeah.
pink oil moisturizer for sure. Let me stop. I'm sorry.
The Kings had, what were we at? 8 guys out, you know, and then multiple starters. De'Aaron Marvin started the game. Alex Lynn, a rotational guy. Rashawn Holmes still out due to, you know, the eye injury. Found a way to get a win against San Antonio last night. And against Memphis, they hung in there, and then Memphis was just a little too much. But one of the things that we took from both of those games is the aggression and the assertiveness of Tyrese Haliburton. You spent a little time around Tyrese. Is it a situation where we always have to wonder what Tyrese we're getting from night to night? Is he going to be aggressive, or is he going to fall back? Or do you think he can grow into being an assertive NBA lead guard night in and night out?
I think he can be, but the thing is, when you've got him playing with another lead guard, I think a lot of times he's still trying to figure out, am I aggressive all the time? Do I say, like, what do I do? Because, I mean, the times we've seen Tyrese without De'Aaron, this is what we get.
Mm-hmm.
There's no, he just goes. I think there's still that kind of, he defers to De'Aaron. And, you know, and maybe, I don't know, maybe he should be the guy saying, give me the ball, let me push, and then let De'Aaron play off of me. I don't know, you know, but I do think that, you know, Tyrese has shown that when he is the point guard, you know, when he is the lead guy, this is how he plays. I mean, that's how he played with the second unit all last season. When De'Aaron was out, this is how he played. And that's kind of the puzzle piece of this team. It's like, you get this thing right here, okay. Then this other, it's like the cartoon with the, you know, with the barrel and the water, you know, sprouting out the holes. Cover one, okay. Now we got to fix these 2 things over here. Okay. Okay. Early in the year, you got Buddy going, but De'Aaron's not playing well. De'Aaron picks it up. Buddy slips. Okay. We got Terrence Davis going. Now Rashawn Holmes is hurt. You know, it's always something.
Yeah.
Can Tyrese and De'Aaron play at their peak level, I guess, at the same time on the same floor together? Or are their games just not conducive to it?
I think it's tough because if Tyrese is going to have the ball more, and De'Aaron's not a shooter, and that's kind of the makes it tough to take the ball out of his hands more. It's that De'Aaron's not a spot up shooter. I mean, Tyrese has shown he can be a 40% 3-point shooter. De'Aaron hasn't shown that. So, you know, if you're playing him off the ball, you can't run him off screens like he's Klay Thompson and say catch and shoot. That's not going to work. So it's almost like De'Aaron has to have the ball, which then obviously affects Tyrese. So it's I don't know if we even know if they can both play at their peak together, because if Tyrese's best game, I think Tyrese is the guy who can kind of do a lot of different things. So he's going to affect the game. He can affect the game, pass, and she can do a lot of things similar to De'Aaron, except that I think Tyrese is a better shooter. Yeah. So you can take the ball from him more. It's just that's what made. I mean, if we go all the way back to 2018 with the whole Luka discussion, that was part of Vlade's pause to say, hey, if we get another dominant ball handler, what do we do with De'Aaron? And unless De'Aaron is going to start shooting the three, I'm not going to say Steph, but unless he's like a 40, to that 40% range from three, it's hard to take the ball out of his hands a lot, because now the defense is saying, you know what, you're going to put De'Aaron over here on the wing to catch and shoot. We'll give you that all night. He hurts us with the ball in his hand. So taking the ball from De'Aaron creates another thing you got to try to figure out.
Yeah. Hey, I know you probably saw the clip of Mo Harkless and Buddy Hield on the bench after the first quarter. I don't think anybody here has a problem with that. I mean, not because it's Buddy or anything, but that's just what happens on teams, right? But is this something that happens routinely in practices, or maybe before Sean Cunningham was had his camera on the bench and we're just kind of seeing it for one of the first times? Or was it a shock to you like it was to some other people maybe?
Oh, you mean a shock that someone would be yelling at Buddy about something?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's not a shock at all. I mean, no, that's not even that's not even news that someone would get mad at Buddy. Like I said, somebody once told me about film sessions where every other time Buddy's saying my bad. It's so he's like the my bad guy, It's like, we know you're trying hard, but what were you doing? And I mean, and I've seen this happen with Buddy and other guys. I mean, there was the game against the Knicks where I thought Harrison was going to stare a hole through Buddy. Just and it's just tricky because Buddy is so animated and so talkative, but then guys are like, oh, it's just Buddy talking. It's like if people complain about the defensive communication, Buddy communicates the whole time. I don't think they want to necessarily listen to him, but Buddy's talking. So, but
he's just saying words. He's not communicating. He's just saying a bunch of words.
Okay, I mean, see. I wasn't trying to have the let's jump on Buddy's.
Well, no, I'm just saying, if we keep talking about communicate, what's the line you use?
But that's kind of my point too, though. Yeah, he's talking, but guys are kind of like, oh, that's just Buddy. And that's just kind of, I mean, it's just trust me, a lot of guys, have either yelled, glared at Buddy repeatedly. I mean, we happen to get one on camera, but it ain't the first time. It won't be the last. Trust me. This has been as long as Buddy's been with the Kings, there have been moments like this. I mean, and I don't think it's anything where you panic and go, oh my God, there's tension. But guys get mad at Buddy as they do with each other. I just think sometimes with Buddy, it's Buddy. So guys are like, I think when you have a guy like him who's always talking, you got to talk back. Like they tell him, you never stop talking. And everybody will tell you, whether it be practice, the team flight, Buddy does not stop talking.
Hey, and I actually thought it was a good thing yesterday, and we haven't talked about this side of it, but for the most part, it's not like they got in each other's face or anything. For the most
this wasn't
part,
Dwight and Anthony Davis or anything like that.
Right. Buddy took it and hopefully applied it. He didn't create even more of a scene or nothing like that. Mo said what he said. Buddy said what he said to the assistant, and they kept it moving. And hopefully they handled it like that, got it out, and those things that were being argued about were applied. But I didn't see any problem with it at all. Not even
to me, it was no big deal.
Or anything. Just that's what teammates need to do from time to time.
Yeah, to me, it was no big deal. And you know what? When you're the Kings and as much as you struggled, somebody should be mad. I mean, and just in terms of basketball, if you're the Kings, you don't have a bunch of reasons to walk around all chipper yay, look at us. We're 10th or 11th. Yay, we're 5 games under. Yeah, there should be frustrations boiling over. I mean, it's a tricky thing because people will say this team no one cares. and then someone shows they care like that, it becomes, oh my God, he yelled. No big deal. I mean, it wasn't like they fought. And you know what? But the way Buddy operates, that's not going to stop Buddy from doing anything. He'll hear it, he'll be like, okay. And then he'll go back to being Buddy. He'll still be chatty or whatever, but it's definitely not a big deal, And from what I know about that team, those guys really respect Mo. He's like one of the like a big brother type.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, as somebody told me, they don't want to let him down, so it's because he's like a big brother to a lot of them. So there's that. This won't be out. We won't be seeing some story in a week about sources, Hield and Harkless.
And look, Mo doesn't really do that often either. Like, he's usually pretty reserved. Like, he don't.
Yeah. So it had to be something pretty important for Mo to go there.
Yeah.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Jason Jones of The Athletic here with us. And we've always heard this is despite all of the losing and the frustration and the talking and all of that, this is a pretty tight-knit group, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, that's probably maybe one of the people would argue that they're too tight-knit, why you maybe need to break them up. That maybe they're just content with how they are. I mean, I've heard that argument, but yeah, this is not a group that has a lot of contention. Even when the stuff was going on with Marvin's dad tweeting or whatever, that wasn't a thing where the guys were like, "Oh, we got to go, deal with Marvin about this." I mean, it's a group that from everything they genuinely like each other. It's not maybe like I said, you could argue maybe they need a little more tension in there. Maybe there needs to be a guy who's in there who kind of plays that Shump role a few years ago, who will go in there and, set things on fire, figuratively, not literally. Somebody get mad and say I said Shump sets it on fire. But, maybe you need another guy like that, But, yeah, generally, these guys this has been a group that has liked each other, got along pretty well. You have your ups and downs, but nothing to the point where you ever think these guys, hate each other or anything like that.
Do you have any idea when we might see some of these Kings back? I kind of tried to use the Bulls timeline as, a little bit of a guide. I think they probably started getting hit hard around Sunday or Monday. They missed the game Tuesday, missed the game Thursday, ended up playing last night. So you're looking at 7 days. And I don't even know if they had all the guys back. They just had enough to play. I mean, what do you think we're looking at here? Maybe 7 to 10 days before guys start trickling back?
Probably, but you never really know. I mean, that's the way, remember when Alex Len first he tested positive for 20-something days straight.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So, I mean, there really is no way to predict it. That's what makes this thing so crazy. It's like you've got your cases where, for whatever reason, they got some tonic in LA where their guys go in the protocol and they're out in the day like LeBron and Russ. Then you got guys who go in there and they can't get out. They're already saying Zach LaVine probably won't be back until after Christmas or January. So, I mean, there's really no way to predict it, which is why some people are saying, should they pause the league? I'm like, they're not pausing. They're just going to let you get more guys from the G League, You're going to see more Stockton Kings, South Bay Lakers, Grand Rapids players. Those guys are going to keep getting more opportunities because they're not pausing this. It's too much money on the table to be pausing games. You may see things like with Toronto where they're reducing the crowd capacity, but I just, there's just really no way to tell how you do this, especially when you've got, you've got the virus going around and these guys are only playing a game in arenas with 10, 15, 20,000 people. I mean, whoever thought that there might be a virus that can get passed around in an NBA arena?
Man.
Well, shout out to the folks in Sacramento who have been social distancing for most of the season, man. They've done a good job of keeping the Golden One Center safe.
Big ups.
Yeah, big ups to the crowd there at the Golden One.
I knew it was bad at Sacramento. I went to a Laker game. I'm like, man, it ain't packed for this. I'm like, they really are tired of this team.
I think it's the team. I think it's the circumstance. I think there's a lot of different stuff.
There's definitely a lot of layers to it.
A lot of stuff at play.
Yeah, there's that, but I think the team struggling doesn't help with that. Then, why am I going to go out there and risk all that, expose myself? Well, by the way, we're still in the pandemic. There's a whole lot going on right now, but they're getting that TV money. The NBA is not turning. They cashing those checks.
That's it.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure.
Jason, we're gonna let you go, man. You got a football game to watch with. I don't. Is it who the hell is it Nick Mullins? Who's the quarterback?
Nick Mullins is the quarterback for Cleveland.
Money making Mullins.
All I know is that it'll just make it more heartbreaking when the Raiders figure out how to lose this game. When they somehow lose to the Toronto Argonauts of Cleveland, it'll just further cement my decision to, enjoy my holidays and not I'm gonna protect my peace and not let the Raiders affect my mental health. I'm not doing that to myself.
Well,
Jason Jones.
You can come roll with us, man.
No, I can't.
We're still in Northern California.
No, I cannot.
We still in California in general.
I have some self-esteem left. I can't roll with you guys. All the things I've said about Niner fans, I can't beat one of you. Never.
Our scarred Raider fan from The Athletic, Jason Jones. We appreciate you. As always, my friend. Thanks for having thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
great holiday.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, shout out to Biggie,
Yeah.
Wonder why Christmas.
Christmas.
Tell my kids Christmas is gonna miss them this year if the Raiders don't win today.
Oh man, pressure on Derek Carr and the crew. We appreciate you, Jason.
It's Derek Carr's fault you don't have Christmas, son.
Hey man, that's the way it goes. Blame Mark, blame Derek, blame that whole crew down there in Vegas.
Blame Gruden. That's why you don't have a Christmas.
When all else fails, blame John Gruden.
All right,
thank you, Jason.
Take care.
All
right, Jason Jones of The Athletic right there. Goodness gracious. I'm still laughing a little bit over that Bruce Pearl picture.
Oh yeah. It's my brother. My brother Bruce Pearl.
Oh man. I think he is our brother. And I'm still trying to figure out why Jason sent me to Utah.
Oh, yeah, that was tough.
I know why. He probably had Darren Williams on his mind. He was like, you know what? He could go. He could go play the Darren Williams role down there in Utah.
I just want to thank Tyron Woodley, because if it wasn't for him, Frank would have been all over the place. It slowed down after Tyron Woodley.
Frank was kind of all over the place.
He was. But
yeah,
Woodley took a little heat from him.
Why does everybody face plant when they fight the dude too? Like he just unmercifully what was the tweet that we was talking about yesterday?
We're gonna have to jump him.
We're gonna jump Jake Paul. We're gonna put an end to this. We'll come back. We'll talk more 49ers football, Kings basketball. We got James Ham set to join us coming up. About 45 minutes. He'll be here. A lot more ahead as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It's a 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. Oh, man, I did not want to fall behind. Thanks for getting that in.
That's good. That's good.
You doing a Jake Paul show right now?
Yeah, man. A little Jake Paul action, man. Yeah. Got to talk about him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hold on. Let me get the timer right so I know where I'm going. There we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And look, I know there was some quote unquote real boxing that went on over the weekend, but got to talk about this man, Jake Paul. Got to talk about him. Look, I'm not a Jake Paul fan by any means. I agree with everybody that if he faces a real boxer or, somebody legit, he'd get KO'd. But here's the bottom line. He's doing what he does, making a lot of money. He's fighting guys around his caliber or around his level, and he's knocking these guys out. And hate it or love it, he is bringing excitement for some people. I don't know exactly who, but he's selling tickets. He's selling pay-per-views. Hey, he's doing his thing. I'm not a hater. Like I said, I agree with everybody that says he goes up against a true boxer, he'll get slapped around. Absolutely. But I know this much. He faces them MMA guys in boxing. He beat the hell out of them. That's for sure. Them UFC guys trying to come over in that boxing ring, and Jake Paul beats the hell out of them. That's what happens. And Jorge Masvidal, he wants to do a promo from his red closet talking about, hey, I want you in MMA. Come over here and do all this. Look, he already knows if he faces him in a boxing ring, he's going to get his ass beat. I mean, that's just what it is. So Jake Paul, I don't think he's ever going to fight a real boxer because he knows what time it is. But There's still guys for him to face. If these MMA guys want to come over, he's still got Masvidal he could beat up. He's got Nate or Nick Diaz. And, I'd be going for the Stockton slap, but I'm just saying it still is what it is. Those guys get hit too much. And then the big one is if Conor McGregor ever comes. But the other problem with that is they're all like 50 pounds smaller than Jake Paul, which is crazy. And Jake Paul may or may not be on the juice. So that's a whole nother thing. But regardless of all that, the guy's making moves, man. And I can't hate on that. That's the 13th round. Oh my gosh. He puts Conor in a body bag. He carried the mess. If Jake faced Conor, get the ambulance ready. If Jake faced Masvidal, he beat the brakes off of Masvidal. It's not even close. Them UFC guys, they just don't. They're not good enough at hand-to-hand combat at this point. Like I'm sure they can fight, like maybe in a street fight, but when it's just hand-to-hand combat, they can't. They can't. And Jake Paul is training for boxing like every day for the last like 5-6 years. They can't keep up with that. Right. Jake versus Anderson Silva. I got my money on Jake, to be honest with you. Oh my gosh, he beat the mess out of Chavez Jr. He beat the mess out of him. Yeah, that wasn't my bag. Did you see that, Jesse? When the little submission move the guy made in MMA. It was all over Twitter. That's how I saw it. The guy did like who was that? Viscera. He did the Viscera move on the guy's face. It's like, whoa. Whoa. Somebody said I'd be tapping immediately. I don't want to be in that fight. I got City Center here. Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
Viscera was wearing them big ass pajamas. He was wearing like big ass. He must have had like 20 pounds of silk on. Yep. Yep.
All right. It is a 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. 49ers win. I just want to remind everybody of that. 49ers win. They go to 8-6. They've won 5 of 6. They've won 6 of 8.
Oh, feeling yourself. Okay. No argument for me. They are. The one problem is, though, with the exception of the Jets, the Texans, the Lions, and the Jaguars, everybody else has a chance to get into the playoffs.
Come on, man. That's crazy.
And that's not even like, the NFL is so good. No, it's like there is a lot of mediocrity right now.
Let me see who these
Can
guys.
you imagine like being the Jets, Texans, Lions, and Jaguars, and you're the only 4 teams that can't make the playoffs with 3 weeks to go?
Embarrassing. Right now, we got the Raiders are still alive. They might be out of it. Well, I don't know if they mathematically be out of it.
It's a big one today.
But yeah, they got to win. Look who's making a move. The Dolphins.
6 straight for the Dolphins. The Dolphins lost.
Fire.
I think I saw their playoff probability. I told Jesse I think it was like 5% or 4%. Like they need some things to go their way. They need to keep winning games. But the fact that they started the season, the fact that they lost like 7 straight games and have managed to win the last 6 and are staring at a potential 7 straight win, that's a wild season. Like that's wild. Like I don't even know how you look back. Like if they miss the playoffs, I don't know how you look back on the season. Like, do they do it the way Kings? Well, if we hadn't lost 9 games in a row twice, do they look back like if we didn't lose 7 freaking games in a row, we'd be in the playoffs?
So. I would think so. Now, let me also say this as I move to the NFC. Now, this is just damn ridiculous. The New York Giants have not been eliminated yet.
Nope. Mm-mm.
They're 4-10.
Yep. They in it. They in it, baby.
Come on, man.
Man, you talk about man, all the bad football MetLife has seen over the course of the last couple of years.
Ooh.
My goodness.
I'm trying to think, have they seen? Yeah, they've seen Super Bowls. So I'm about to say, have they seen any good football? But even then, they were wild card teams. Never seen like this dominant. We're winning the NFC East type football.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Not my problem, though.
According to the NFL, the record for the most teams still in Super Bowl contention with 3 weeks left to play was set in 1982 and matched in 1995 and 2004. In 1982, the league expanded the postseason to a 16-team tournament after a strike wiped out 7 games. Of course, this year there's a lot of firsts. There's the 18-game season or 18-week season, I should say, the 17th game.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also expanded playoffs. So there's some different notes here, but unless you're a fan of the Jets, Texans, Lions, and Jaguars, your team's in contention to get to the playoffs in the NFL.
You know what else is crazy? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that it's likely. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm just throwing it out there. Niners could still win the NFC West.
Explain this one to me.
They need a miracle. They essentially need the Cardinals to lose out.
Okay.
And the Niners would have to win out. So the Cardinals losing out would get them to 10-7. Niners winning out would get them to 11-6. That would also mean beating the Rams. They need some help. Like the Rams would have to lose, I think, 2 times.
Okay.
As well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the Niners played the Rams 1 time. So they'd have to have the Rams lose 1 time essentially before they played them. And if that happens, which I don't think is likely at all, Arizona, them losing to the Lions opens up the door for anything to happen to them.
Did you see? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed. It was just funny to me. Like the timing of it was funny. Did you see Jared Goff went into COVID protocols today?
No, I did not.
The day after they beat the Lions, Jared Goff goes into COVID protocol.
It happens often here. After the game, they put these guys in protocol.
Yeah.
But the Cardinals keep an eye on them, man, because I don't know. They are not.
Well, there were some weird things that happened this weekend, like the Saints beating the Bucks. I mean, the fact that the Bucks didn't even score was weird. Certainly, the Lions beating the Cardinals the way that they did was super odd.
Beat them down.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I'm not gonna read too much into any of this stuff. The Packers keep finding ways to win games late, and it makes me sick. It just makes me nauseous.
What makes you even more upset? The fact that they find ways to win game, or the Steelers?
The Steelers, I think, makes it. I think the Steelers.
Mike Tomlin, by the way, we love Mike Tomlin on this show, but
I do love Mike Tomlin. Don't love their quarterback.
No, but yeah, the Packers keep doing it. And what do you think Cheryl in Baltimore is saying? What do you think B-Lo and JC in Baltimore are saying in Baltimore after what is this 2 times in the last 3 weeks that Jim Harbaugh is gone for the win when they could have tied and went to overtime and not been successful?
Yeah,
they're probably over there saying, Jim Harbaugh, I don't know what you're doing.
Is that how they talk over there?
Oh, it's do and boo. You.
I don't know. I don't think I know anyone with a Baltimore accent.
Oh, yeah, it's do.
I guess I don't know. I guess I don't have an issue with it, especially with Lamar out. Like you're like I mean you're trying to extend the game. Like I don't know, man. You have an opportunity. It's not like they went for it like on the 12-yard line or the 20-yard line. They went for it, they had an opportunity on the goal and didn't get it in. It's hard to think that your offense can't get you a yard or two.
I agree. I mean, I think about in the Seahawks game with the 49ers, I would have expected and probably wanted Kyle to go for 2 and go for the win right there, especially on the road. It just, I understand it. It just kind of sucks for them that
it's tough.
They didn't, they lost 2 games off of that.
Yeah.
Did you see our guy Rich? I haven't seen Rich in the chat, but the theory that he has going on right now, where he says that he's predicting the Ravens let Lamar walk and keep Hudley.
I saw
the way
that
he's
tweet.
played these last 2 weeks.
I saw that.
I think like what he says makes sense. Like I understand it because Lamar is going to be super expensive. How long, he can hold up and they haven't won anything. I think Lamar is too ingrained in that Baltimore culture.
Well, let's
pull that move on him.
Let's remember our man Rich is a Kansas City guy, so he's trying to destroy another AFC team as best
Travis
he can.
Kelce and health and safety protocols, by the way.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Little note there. So Lamar was a freaking MVP. What are we talking about? Pay this man.
I know.
What are you doing?
Agree.
What are we doing?
I agree, but we've seen NFL teams get a little wonky.
We have. Has it like what NFL team has it worked for though?
None, if you ask.
Like,
me.
I'm trying to think. It probably. Cowboy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 3 examples came into my head, and they were all Cowboys. I was thinking of.
Who did they pay?
I was thinking of Emmett.
Dak,
I was thinking of Emmett.
Yeah.
They wound up paying him. He came back, won him a Super Bowl. Dak. Zeke held out. They paid Zeke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably biting him in the ass a little bit, but they did. They broke the bank for Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
They didn't want to pay these very same Baltimore Ravens didn't want to pay Joe Flacco. Didn't. Are not paying him. He goes out there and wins the Super Bowl. How do you justify not bringing him back? Then you sign the worst 5-year contract you could possibly sign. Literally paid him all the way till the end of it. And before you moved on, and now you got Lamar Jackson. Now you're in a situation where, best of my knowledge, Joe Flacco obviously won the ultimate prize, win a league MVP.
No.
Pay Lamar Jackson, man. The Lamar Jackson disrespect is a bit too much for me.
And I know
man.
They don't think about these things and it doesn't matter to them, but I mean, it'd be a very big problem in Baltimore if you let Lamar walk. Lamar is, from everything that I can tell, he's loved in Baltimore.
I have to believe it was as simple as we'll either get the deal done before the year. If we don't, whatever, but we're not doing it during the year. We're going to focus on football. And then when the season's over, we've got to get this contract done.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's like, oh, they've been working for the last 15 weeks and can't get it done. I don't believe they've been doing anything for the last 15 weeks. I think they maybe even they have a frame. Maybe they even have a framework of what they're going to do. I can't imagine these two groups are far off from what they're trying to get done.
I wouldn't think so either. And I'm just a big believer, like when you have a quarterback that is, and I'm not even trying to minimize him, but I'm just saying the bare minimum. If he's looking like he's going to be pretty good, Lamar, I think, can be great. But I'm just saying, if he's looking like he's going to be pretty good, you got to pay the man. You got to roll the dice and pay him. You can't play this game because it's so hard to find a quarterback. If somebody shows any type of potential, you got to hop on that.
Here's the other thing in terms of Huntley, you need a backup. You have to have a backup in the NFL. Like, you can't expect that your quarterback is going to play all 17 probably very soon to be 18 games for you.
Yeah.
You're going to need a quality backup quarterback, which is one of the most difficult positions to fill because you don't want to pay that quarterback too much, but you don't want to have a quarterback that you wonder, hey, is this guy better than our starter? You want a nice, comfortable player right there. But what Baltimore, man, that was a tough loss for them last night. Absolutely tough. Just a brutal loss for them. I don't know who Baltimore is though, but I know that they're not a team that I even remotely think about if Lamar is not around.
I agree.
He's similar to Russ with the Seahawks to me. If Russell Wilson isn't on the Seahawks, I don't believe the Seahawks are going to accomplish anything.
Right.
If Lamar Jackson isn't back and ready to roll by the time the playoffs get here, there's nothing about the Baltimore Ravens that interests me.
Yeah.
My interest in the Ravens is only because of Lamar Jackson.
Bad job by me. I got my Hundleys wrong. I was thinking it was Brett Hundley.
Brett Hundley, UCLA quarterback.
Yeah, I was like, okay, he found a way, get back in the league and do his
veteran. He'd be a veteran at this point.
And then I saw the game and I was just with the uniform on and everything and looking at his, I don't look like Brett Hundley. I don't look like him. Then I was like, oh, it's Tyler. Oh yeah, okay. So
you didn't say Brett Hundley earlier in the segment.
No, I'm just saying in general. I saw that he was playing yesterday and the day before. I was like, oh, Brett, that's where Brett Hundley landed. Because I was big on Brett. I thought he was pretty good.
Packers? Was he with the Packers?
Yeah. I wanted the Niners to take a chance on him. Like not knowing that he was going to be good or anything, but I was like, take a look at him, see what he's got. Bring him in. This was when they didn't have a quarterback. And I was willing to bring in anybody. I said Brett Hundley. I said Mike Glennon. I was just running down. I was like, bring these guys in, man. See,
do you know where Brett is?
I'm assuming he's out of the league.
He is not. He's
got to be with the Jets.
No.
Jags.
He's
you
just want to name all 32 teams. He's on the Indianapolis Colts.
I think I do remember hearing. No, I'm thinking of Jacoby.
He went from
I didn't know that.
The Packers to the. Did you just say Jacoby Brissett?
That's who. I was like, oh,
you know what? I can't deal with you right now. I can't. I'm just not going to deal with.
I didn't know Brett. I didn't know Brett was anywhere in the league.
Let's go to Rich. Rich can explain himself. Rich, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
First of all, where you at, Rich? Where you at, man?
I'm actually home, believe it or not. I'm here, and it's actually cold and wet Baton Rouge, believe it or not.
Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Yeah, so I actually get to be home with the family for a little while.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
So you want to explain your theory here?
Yeah, here's my theory. So I don't think there's any disputing that Lamar Jackson is a dynamic player. I think he can run. He makes plays when he has to. I believe that the Ravens, and I'm not the first person that has said this. I actually saw, I think your boy Greeny, Damien, posted this morning as well. I think that the Ravens are looking at it like he can run and he can make plays, but they have yet to see him win the big games in the playoffs, and that could be defense. And paying somebody $400 million or whatever his contract will ultimately end up being is going to be a hefty price to pay when they see this other kid coming in, throwing for whatever his numbers are, 250 to 300 a game, a couple touchdowns. He's not just a statue in the pocket himself. He can run a little bit. He's not going to be like Lamar, but he'll get out of the pocket and make a few plays. He's brought his team back when they've been down big to, I think, the Browns, and then of course the Packers this weekend. And they're looking at this big price tag with Lamar, and they're going, man, I think we can save money there, use this kid, and fill other holes in our team instead of just being bogged down by one large contract with Lamar. That's just my opinion.
What
but I think that's backed up.
you're saying, Rich, makes sense. I get it 100%. So, I mean, I just don't
Rich
think
is
it's gonna
allowed to
happen.
have a bad opinion too.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen. I
Thanks,
think the Ravens are going to take care of that. But Rich, shout out to you, and I want to wish your family a happy New Year. I gotta say, because he's down in Baton Rouge, I gotta say it that way.
Yeah,
Your family.
yeah, he out there in Brian Kelly country. I do feel the need to point something out, Rich. Everybody else, Ravens have lost 3 straight.
Mm.
We talking about not winning in the playoffs. That's fine. Don't pay Lamar Jackson and don't go to the damn playoffs. How about that? Talk about how costly it's going to be to pay $300-400 million to Lamar Jackson and him not win you playoff games. That's fine. Don't pay Lamar Jackson $300-400 million and don't go to playoff games.
Yeah.
Seriously, the Lamar Jackson disrespect in the NFL is absurd. It really is, as my man would say.
Oh, he said it 5 years ago today.
It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous.
It's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
5 years ago today.
I just don't get it. It was one of the greatest moments ever, by the way.
Oh, really?
It was just so great.
Yeah. That was good. That was an all-timer right there.
100%. But we're so dismissive of Lamar Jackson, and I honest to God don't understand it. Like, since you're playing with, since you're hitting sound bites over there, what more do you want from me? What do you want my man to do?
What do you want from me?
What do you want Lamar Jackson to do? Like every guy isn't going to go out there and win a Super Bowl his first 3 years in the league like Patrick Mahomes did. Like, did Patrick Mahomes change the barometer for quarterbacks?
He shouldn't have. I mean, that's a 1 in a million. I shouldn't say that, but it's rare, right?
Like,
it's
if
rare.
the measurement is we're paying this quarterback $300-400 million to win a Super Bowl, then man, there are going to be a lot of disappointed franchises out there.
Right. You're gonna have to not pay these guys all the time.
In my head, you're paying quarterbacks, I think that's a steep number, $200 million, $150 million or whatever it may be, to give you an opportunity to win a Super Bowl. Dak Prescott on the Dallas Cowboys gives the Dallas Cowboys an opportunity to win the Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson on the Baltimore Ravens gives the Baltimore Ravens an opportunity to win the Super Bowl. All of this stuff about not winning plays, man. I feel like Lamar gets this ridiculousness more than anybody else.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else around. Yeah, I mean,
maybe because he doesn't play quarterback the way that people want. Maybe it's because he doesn't go out there and throw for, like Dak can throw for 500 yards easy. But Lamar might throw for
180,
but rush for 120.
Right. Yeah.
It's
we all know that's what it is.
Kenny, he can't hold up. He's not going to be able to hold up that way, Kenny. It's just been the same line over and over and over again.
That's what it is. It's something that people aren't used to seeing. They don't know how to digest, and they just keep coming with these bad takes when it comes to Lamar Jackson. Not saying Rich's take, but like Rich was what he was saying. It makes sense, but there's no way I'm doing that to Lamar Jackson if I'm the Ravens.
I believe my original theory is correct, and Rich is trying to tear down the Baltimore Ravens to make things easier for his Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, they need to worry about his own Chiefs because I don't know, not gonna last forever. We've seen some glitches in the armor this year. Now they bounce back.
Yeah, I ain't
worried about. They ain't smacking people around. They kind of.
Well, that's how we're measuring it now. Oh, they're winning. They're just not beating people up anymore.
I'm just saying they're not looking the same. They're not looking as dynamic consistently as they have in the past.
I hear you.
Rankings. I mean, they probably should have lost on Thursday.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. We'll probably have to do power rankings on Wednesday because there's football games tomorrow. But Man, the sad reality of who my number one team set in yesterday. Not happy about it, but
I mean, neither was I when I had to do it.
that's annoying. That's just obnoxious. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention back to Kings basketball. Did we praise the Dolphins? Did we do that? I have a note here and there to make sure.
We gave him some love.
Okay.
Anything
Anything else? I'm trying to make sure we didn't miss anything in the NFL.
We talked about Mac Jones. Joe called in, talked about Mac Jones.
If the 40 here's something for you to sit on. If the 49ers keep winning, let's go. He won't. I was that's too radio-y of a question.
Well, we are on the radio.
If the 49ers win out and Debo keeps doing what he's doing, you've got to at least mention him in the conversation, don't you?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's no chance in hell they'll like if it was New York, they're if it was the Heisman Trophy, they're not inviting Debo to New York for the MVP presentation.
But this year has been so crazy. I mean, who is the MVP?
I have no clue.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought it was Captain America, but
it's probably going to be like if you had to rank them right now, it'd be Aaron Rodgers. If you had to send the Heisman Trophy, like they got usually 5 guys?
Rodgers,
Brady. It was going to be Kyler, but Kyler's fallen off. He's fallen off a cliff.
He got hurt too. I don't know. I have no idea.
Debo might get
no idea.
He might get that defensive player invite to the Heisman.
Might get the Manti Te'o invite.
You're not going to win, but this is a way to acknowledge you right here. But Debo, I think he's like top 5 in touchdowns scored this year. It's crazy.
They could bring home. I mean, the 49. I mean, the one postseason award they're definitely bringing home is they're bringing home the Comeback Player of the Year award. Like if Nick Bosa doesn't have that, if they haven't etched his name in that trophy already, it's just the question of whether they're going to etch his name in one trophy or 2. But I think you've already said the MVP's name, and it's your boy in Green Bay. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. We've talked a lot about the game last night. Talk about the game tonight. Golden State Warriors, plus James Ham will join us as we continue here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more. Dealing with KC next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Again, never a good take. No, he's not. Nick Bosa is the Comeback Player of the Year award, and it's not even close.
Facts. I'll be right.
Not even close. Go ahead. Not even close. Like 97 is legit in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. Like, how could he not be Comeback Player of the Year? I don't even remember. I don't remember. Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. Jonathan Taylor is impressive as hell, though. Like he's a bad dude. Ramsey, I'm not talking about like my personal feelings toward the dudes. I'm talking about what he's accomplishing on the field. And that's a good one. Damn, I didn't even think of that. That's a good one. Yeah, Dakota, that's a good one. Yeah, he got to be up there. That's a good call. Man, now you got me. This juice is terrible. Nope. Because 2 are going to do something by the end of the year that's going to piss you off. Absolutely, Dak deserves praise. Yeah, that's who I think. Where you at, Lake Show? That's who I think might win the Defensive Player of the Year right there. TJ, man. That's a legit combo right there. The difference is when JJ was like catching touchdown pass. Like they had JJ doing everything. Oh, I like this name too, Ramsey. I like Micah Parsons too. A lot. I like Micah Parsons a lot. No, it's not algae. It's just green juice. It's spinach, kale, cucumber, celery, parsley, and lemon. And then this just kind of cleanses this is a probiotic shot with apple, red cabbage, lemon, ginger, and cultures. Man, I don't think clearly. I think the defensive player of the year. I think the defensive player of the year race is interesting. I don't even know that he's the best defensive player on this team. AD will win it again this year. No, I don't think so. January. Yeah, it's January. Oh, man. Oh, that'd be crazy. Oh,
That'd be an all-time pop.
Yeah. Where is it this year? Did they do it? Or is it in a stadium again?
Yeah, I think they always do them in stadiums now.
Oh, do they? Mm-hmm. Royal Rumble. Man, it's late in the year. January 29th. Late in the year. Late in the month. I wasn't feeling great. The Dome at America Stadium, or the Dome at America Center in St. Louis. Oh, you know who's from St. Louis? Randy Orton. Randy Orton. When I don't feel well, I watch like old wrestling matches. So I was sitting around watching. I watched Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13 on Saturday night. Damn, that match is good, man. That match is super
blood
good.
Match, right? Where the blood goes down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You did, Rich. It's getting ridiculous. Nah, never that. Yep. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's why. That must be why they're doing that day one pay-per-view. That's a good call, Tim. Because the Rumble is until the 29th. We got you, bro. We got you. These are Rodecaster mics, if I remember correctly. Yeah, or not. It's not called Rodecaster. Sorry, it's called Rode. RODE. That's what we both have.
I got City Center.
Okay.
And it's back to a 49ers Monday that is brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
1320 Kings insider James Ham will join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll attempt to get an update, or at least whatever update he can provide us regarding what's going on with the Sacramento Kings roster. Just a educated guess. I don't imagine tonight's game is going to be any different than last night's game. I mean, there's a football game going on right now that Baker Mayfield isn't playing in, that Kevin Stefanski isn't coaching. These guys have been in COVID protocols, I think, for today's Monday, 5 days now. So I don't know, man. It's weird when you see LeBron James testing out of COVID protocols in a day, Russell Westbrook testing out of COVID protocols in a day. And now we're just sitting here wondering, like, when are we going to see the main version of the Sacramento Kings again? Like, when are we going to see De'Aaron Fox? And at the same time, I'm also quietly rooting, like, yo, I hope De'Aaron's okay. Like,
yeah,
he had a tough bout of COVID that knocked out a good chunk at the end of the season last year.
Right. The other interesting thing, because you just never know with these things, Jason Jones brought up a great point. Alex Lynn tested positive for 21 straight days.
It's crazy.
So you never know what's going on with that. And then you got your LeBrons, you got your Russell Westbrooks. I feel like Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, was in health and safety protocols.
That's right.
He's back though, right? Like, it was
damn.
Maybe it was just a different because I'm literally wondering, because I saw a highlight with him, but maybe it was before.
Let's see, Minnesota
protocol
played Dallas last night.
It was this Denver game.
Okay, he didn't play last night.
Okay,
Anthony Edwards didn't play last night.
Game. Okay,
yeah, because he went into health and safety protocols. I think it happened Friday. I can't remember if it happened during our show or after our show.
Gotcha.
But it happened on Friday.
Okay.
So
yeah, he's still in him right now. And you just what did Jason say about Zach LaVine? Like, expecting him back in January.
So he must not, like, he must be ill.
Oof.
Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. We shouldn't speculate on that stuff. The whole point is I don't know when we're going to see the version of the Sacramento Kings we're used to seeing. I don't know when Rashawn Holmes is going to come back from this eye injury. And hopefully these players that are in health and safety protocols aren't sick. Hopefully they're, asymptomatic. And that's why I wonder. And we know that Alvin Gentry is. Doug has told us as much. He said Alvin Gentry is doing wonderful, and he doesn't know when he'll be back, but he knows that Alvin Gentry is doing wonderful. Obviously, those guys are communicating on a very regular basis, but it's why, I honestly, we talked about this last week. We're a step closer to asymptomatic players playing. Whether, like, I feel like something tells me it's already happening in the NFL, but I think we're getting closer to. Because I know, like, they want everybody to go get vaccinated. They want everybody to go get boosted. 100%. I believe that. But I just tried to spend some time reading, on this latest variant and all of that different stuff. And one thing that I don't hear repeated a lot was something that I read this weekend. Just this new version of the virus is significantly more. Apparently, it's significantly more contagious, but its impact isn't as great. Like, it's not as damaging, if that's the right word, as like the Delta variant was, or as the original virus was. And now there are multiple versions of this different virus. So if we're decreasing,
like NWO,
apparently it just keeps adding new members every week. If the strength of this virus dissipates over time, it's still in existence. It's still contagious. We're just going to get it closer to the world collectively, or the country, at least collectively. Certainly sports leagues, like, F it.
Yeah.
You're not sick. You're asymptomatic. You're not running you tested positive, but you're not running go play ball.
All right.
We're probably a year away from that.
Yeah. And
spoiler alert, the virus will be here next year.
It's going to be here next year, and the year after, and the year after that. And from everything that I've read as well, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like you mentioned, it's going to be here forever. And when we get vaccines or, shots or boosters or whatever the case may be, to help lower the symptoms or, the impact reaction to it. Like you said, that's really what's next. Just living with it and saying, okay, you're sick, treating it like the flu. Nobody wants to be around somebody that has a flu, but they're not also looking at it like, I'm going to die if I get this flu. So they just kind of, I'm going to stay away, or, I'm going to cough in your shoulder and all this other stuff. And
we also have to hope that the virus doesn't like hulk up either in like 2022 2 or something.
Yes.
Where all of a sudden it's shaking the ropes and throwing 3 punches and dropping the, because at some point, like, it feels like the virus is going to just drop the big leg on us, and it's going to be posing. No. It's going to be posing at the end of the show to Real American.
We need to get out the way of the big leg.
Just like the Ultimate Warrior did. We got to roll out the way. Get out the way, man.
I don't know. I don't know what happens with these, these guys that are dealing with it right now. I don't know what the NBA. I know right now the NBA feels like being able to sign more players is the answer, but I can absolutely see like what you're talking about, Damien, where if you're asymptomatic, they'd still let you go out there relatively soon. Like, I think that might be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now. I'm not at a point where I'm comfortable with that decision being made.
Yeah.
Right. Like, there's still a lot of unknown and everything like that.
Yep. Now we got Robert Woodard. We didn't talk about this part to last night's game. And the point in all of this was, I believe the lineup that we saw last night is going to be exactly the same one that we see tonight. We saw Neemias Queta make his NBA debut on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And then he quickly got a DMP CD on Sunday. What did you think of, or do you have an opinion on the way Queta debuted and, his brief time out on the floor on Friday against Memphis?
I thought he was okay. Obviously wasn't super impressive. I know I said this before he was called up and all the health and safety protocols happened. And I heard a lot of buzz about Queta.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched one of the games. I went back and watched one of the games, and I said, I understand the buzz. I get it. He's not ready.
Mm-hmm.
He was out there kind of getting manhandled by, I forgot the dude's name. He was a big guy that used to go to Kansas a couple years ago. But Queta wasn't ready. You know what I mean? So, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with him not being ready right now for NBA basketball and the speed and the strength of the game. I think he has a lot of potential to be ready at some point within the next year or two. But right now, he's just not. So to see him on Friday, he didn't look overwhelmed on Friday at all. Nothing like that.
He didn't give me Yorgos Papagiannis vibes.
No. I didn't get those vibes either. He looked like he's a project. He's a guy that they're working on. They're working to build up certain things, his footwork, his skill level, things of that nature. So I'll say this. I was glad to see him out there on Friday and not looked overwhelmed. I'll take that as a positive.
Yeah, he looked like I'm not trying to make fun of Yorgos Papagiannis. I was just remember watching him feeling at times like I don't think he knows his way around a basketball floor. Like, you would just watch him play sometimes and go like, man, he looks lost. I didn't feel that way watching Queta on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like, he's playing in his first game.
Right.
Like there's probably a lot of things going through his mind. There's probably a lot of things he's trying to remember. No, like, he crashed he was all over the boards in his brief time out there. It's like, all right, he's a big dude who can rebound. We've seen plenty of big dudes who can't seem to get their hands on the ball.
Yeah.
The fact that he was able to do that simple thing was like, all right, he'll be all right. Like, he just needs time on the floor. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm interested to see his development as the years go along. I'm anxious to see where this goes, because I don't know if it's like an all-star, but that's exactly what I'm not predicting. But I think this could be a guy that can be in the league, be a rotational guy for many years if he can just get little things down like the footwork and understanding of the game a little bit better.
You listen to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. Here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. James,
yeah,
always great to see you, my friend. We were talking about Neemias Queta's debut on Friday. Any takeaways from his 7 minutes or so out there on the floor?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing that you have to look at is he's different than any other big the Kings have. And so I think initially you're going to have trouble just dropping him in and having it work right away because they haven't worked with anyone like him. And so I think I'm going to give him a long leash here to see what he has, because he's a guy that's he's a different guy in the pick and roll than what they're used to. So you got Damon Jones, who's a high flyer. Same thing with Rashawn Holmes, guys that can really get up in the pick and roll. Tristan Thompson's not even really a roll man. He just kind of sets the big pick. And then Alex Len likes to set that pick way out up top. And this is a big guy that the Kings are really excited about. He can really roll to the basket. He's super soft hands. He doesn't fly above the rim and do a bunch of crazy stuff. But what he does do is he looks for the pass. He's got soft hands. He can finish all around the rim. He can pull it from 20 feet, 18 feet. I think you can do a lot of things with him just because of his versatility. And we'll have to wait and see how he develops, but should be pretty excited about him.
Yeah, I was telling Damian, I saw one of the G League games. It could have been just a bad moment, but I saw one of the G League games against, it's still escaping me, the young man that went to Kansas, the big center, and he plays for the Salt Lake City team. And Keita got his every now and then too, but defensively, I mean, this guy threw Keita around like a rag doll a lot of the times. And I was saying that it's okay that he's not this finished product, or he's got things to work on right now. That's what the G League is for. That's what a skill development team is for, to help him work on those things. And I was excited to see him come in on Friday and he didn't look overwhelmed by the situation. He didn't look overwhelmed by the NBA. And I thought that was a good sign in itself to start off.
Yeah, I don't think he looks overwhelmed at all. I mean, he's an older prospect. He's 22, but we all know the big men take until they're 24, 25 to develop anyways. And then let's throw in the fact that he played in, he grew up in Portugal. He's from Portugal. So it's not like that's a proving ground for young players. He played at Utah State. Again, not a huge school, not somewhere that you're going to go and light the world on fire. So when I saw him this summer, like right off the bat, I thought, oh boy, he's dragging his lower half around a bit. Like he really needed to work on his core strength. And the reason why that matters at the NBA level is it's so hard to react with a body that big when you're going up against the best of the best of the best. These incredible athletes at 6'11", 7 foot tall that can fly around and change direction. These guards that are so quick. So I think that they've got a lot of work to do on his body, but I'm already seeing a lot of the returns on that. And I like what I see. He's not nearly as bad at like in physical shape. And I don't mean he's out of shape. He didn't come in out of shape. He came in as a college player.
Right.
And college players, it's not their full-time job. This is now his full-time job. I expect him to get minutes next season. I don't know how many. But, the Kings have Rashawn Holmes under contract for another 3 years after this year. They've got Alex Len under contract next year. Damon Jones and Tristan Thompson are both free agents. I see him as a guy who could even in 2 years replace what Alex Len brings to the table. And, he's a big body. He can block shots. He's going to be able to hold his own ground at some point because he does have a body you can work with as far as like a big lower half and a body you can bulk up. So I think he's intriguing to me. I think he's got a really good shot to make it. And I think the Kings do too.
Speaking of Rashawn Holmes, are we ever going to see him again?
He's questionable again tonight. I don't know if he traveled. Like the Kings have been a little mum on him. And, he had like a small laceration on his eyeball and he had to have some sort of procedure to deal with that. And so I think we're just waiting for the healing process. It's not one of those injuries that you can just say, hey, this is a 4 to 6 week or a 1 to 2 week or 10 days. It's not an injury that's typical. So we got to wait and see how it heals up. I assume he's going to wear some sort of goggles when he comes back, which is funny because we've seen pictures of him as a kid wearing goggles. He wore goggles as a young man. But at this point, he's been poked in the eye way too many times this year. And you got to start protecting yourself. If not, you're going to start having issues when you get a little bit older.
a big man that was available last night, Damon Jones, 23 points in 19 minutes. And my partner, Damian, not Damon Jones, brought up the point earlier that Tyrese Haliburton, who also played an aggressive, really good game last night, seems to have a type. Okay, when he's talking about his teammates and his centers, he needs a guy that can be a little bouncy, that can go get those alley-oops, that can give that threat of the alley-oop to open his game up a little bit too. And Damian Jones seems to fit that. Do you think that Damian Jones has done enough that even when Alex Lynn and Rashawn Holmes come back, he may find a way to crack this rotation on a more consistent basis?
I'm gonna if I'm being honest, I'm gonna say no. Because the 2 games before his blow-up game were really bad, like unplayable bad. Like he had a really short stint. That's why Keita got to play, because Damian Jones was just not very good at all in 2 games ago. The games all run it together now. I have no idea what day of the week it is. But my point is that, look, it's about being consistent, and that's something that young players have a problem with. But Damian Jones is now 26. It's not like he's some spring chicken. And I think that what he brings to the table is exactly what Rashawn Holmes brings. It might be in a little bit bigger package. Like, he's a little bit taller, and he was willing to pull the trigger on the 3 where Rashawn has not been willing to pull the trigger. But it's kind of the same thing. You're looking at an active, athletic big who plays above the rim in the pick and roll, and can really get to the he can really hammer it down when he's up there. So I think there's a possibility that if Rashawn Holmes misses time again, we're going to see him as more of a replacement, because you're right. It's a player type that Tyrese Haliburton almost has to have on the court. Like, you have to find that guy, and they don't have another guy like him outside of Rashawn. So yeah, I like it. I like his game. He's a very, very nice young man. And, it's good to see him have that kind of breakout performance. But at the same time, I mean, the previous 2 games, it wasn't there.
So you're not buying it. You're not buying what you saw last night.
No, I mean, no, I'm not buying it. Like, that happens sometimes. And I'm happy that he had a moment, and I'm happy that he was able to, put that question out there, because now we have that question. But I mean, he's had opportunities in the past, and it's not like he's found this game before. And so he's a guy that, at his best, is going to average 6 to 8 points a game if he's in the rotation playing a lot. He's not going to get you this type of production, all the time. And then again, maybe you did find another young Rashawn Holmes, and you can play with it in a specific style. He can do some good things, but I'm not sold. And it's not that I don't think he's an NBA player. I think he's a rotational player, or back into the rotation player. But he's more of a 5th big, in my opinion. And that's just, it's just me being totally honest.
Downer.
Debbie Downer.
We feel all our hopes and dreams.
There it is.
Do you have any do you know who's available and who's not tonight?
Yeah, it's the same team it was last night.
It's the same. That's we were talking about that a few minutes ago. We were just under the assumption it's the same exact squad who went out there last night who's going to go out there tonight. Do you expect that to change? I realize this is a tricky question. Do you expect that to change at all Wednesday? Because I've been of the mindset this is probably what we're going to see until after Christmas at best.
You might be right, but we just don't know. All they need is 2 negative tests in a 24-hour period, and boom, they're back on the court. So as long as they were vaccinated, I think it's different if they were unvaccinated. If they're non-vaccinated players, and they have a specific wait period before the 2 tests, the 2 negative tests in a 24-hour period kicks in. So I think we're going to see, they're going to start filtering in. It won't all be like a flood where everyone comes back. I'll point out that
that's kind of what I thought it would be. Just like they're all available all at once.
No, it's possible. But I mean, remember that De'Aaron Fox, last time he got it, he just couldn't test negative. That was a problem. Like, he felt he got through the illness, but then he had such a high load, like a viral load of the virus, that he was not able to shake it. or he could come up with a negative test. So even though he wasn't testing positive, and he wasn't feeling bad, and he thought he was ready, there's just nothing they could do. He just could not clear it out of his system. And I believe Alex Len had a similar situation the first time, where he just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. So we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait and see what happens here with him, with all of them, because it's all such an individual thing and how your body reacts. I just think, I wrote on it for Sunday. I think it's really interesting that, like 5 days after the Kings play the Charlotte Hornets, who are completely decimated with COVID-19, that they come out with their own outbreak. And then the day after that, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who the Kings played on Saturday, have a massive outbreak themselves. And then Toronto, who the Kings played 2 days later, they start losing players. So, we're due for, like, in the next 24 to 48 hours of the Washington Wizards to lose half their roster, because that's who the Kings played. Wow. And I just don't.
Are you insinuating this virus might be contagious?
Yeah, I think these could just be all coincidental.
That's just one coincidence after another.
All coincidental, but I just have this feeling like the league is allowing this thing to just spread like wildfire because they don't want to shut down. And they're just putting people unnecessarily at risk. I mean, in my opinion, people could get angry with me for saying that, but like, I know they're 25-year-old athletes, 19 to 38-year-old athletes, and everyone should be okay. But at the same time, what if one of them isn't?
Right.
Are we willing to risk that? What if one of them isn't? And, oh, by the way, staff members everywhere are gutted. The Kings have so many staff members out. And, hey, let's just keep packing arenas filled with people, because, again, we talked about it last week. Like, how many people in the stands are going to get it because they went to a game? And I know that's their decision and all that stuff, but we don't even know which variant these guys are getting. We don't know which variant is in the building at any time. It could be multiple variants. So we just have this really weird situation where the NBA has just kind of put their hands up and said, hey, why don't we just allow you to sign a bunch of other guys that don't know how to play basketball well enough to be in the NBA, and let's see how that works. So, and how desperate does a guy like Justin Robinson have to be to get into the league? Yeah. That he's willing to walk into a building that is a full-fledged COVID cluster, and just like, all right, I'm going to get I'm going to get $800 a month for the rest of my life once I retire.
Hey,
for that extra year of service in the NBA. So yeah, and the surprising thing, where is Harry Giles? How come Harry Giles hasn't been signed by all these teams?
Man.
Like, there are some dudes that are getting signed that I'm just shaking my head. Even Chris Silva just got signed. It's like, really? Chris Silva got signed?
I think it was by Minnesota.
It's like, he gets signed before Harry Giles. That doesn't make any sense at all, unless they're just waiting for a real offer, and they don't want to do this whole 10-day thing. And the league's been vague. We don't even know. Are they signing 10-day contracts? Are they not?
They just said sign someone so we can play.
I think Silva was a 10-day, so I don't know if that doesn't answer any questions. I think that just answers that specific question. But yeah, I have no idea. We're going to talk more about the current Kings situation. James, I want to talk to you about Tyrese Haliburton as well, and the way that he played last night and the way that he seems to play without De'Aaron Fox. So we'll do that with James Ham as Dylan and Casey continue here. We're talking Kings basketball, but it is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more Dylan and Casey next on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Yeah. How you doing, James?
I'm good. I'm a little winded. I don't know. I ate too much food, and now I'm like, I'm all breathy up in your business.
Yeah. You know you ate good when you can't breathe properly afterwards.
Yeah, I was like, it's kind of been a scramble because everyone's home. Kids don't have school. Everyone's in the house, so it's like, get the dogs upstairs, go. Just kind of chaotic.
Are you doing anything special for the Christmas and all that?
Yeah, we always host. So
Okay.
we made a rule when we had our first that we wouldn't travel. We wouldn't travel anywhere for Christmas. We'll go places for Thanksgiving, but Christmas is our holiday. And if you don't want to travel, that's fine. We'll just see you some other time.
Mm-hmm.
So, we like Christmas. We deck out the house, and the wife has like this weird Christmas tree thing going on this year. We have Christmas trees all over our house. So like, we have one in the game room. We have one in our bedroom. We have one in her office. We have our main one. So
How big is the main Christmas tree?
8 foot.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
little scraggly though, because I don't know if we usually go out and we cut our own tree. And this year, the last like 3 years, there's just been a huge reduction. Like too many people found the spots that we go to and just wiped them out. And so you're waiting for their trees to grow faster, which isn't happening quick enough. And so, we got one this year and it's just not great, but I won't do a plastic tree in our main downstairs area. And John Bull got me to, he sent out pictures of Jack and Sally from The Nightmare Before Christmas, like the gigantic animated ones. I don't know if you've seen those.
Yeah.
So I have like a 6'6" Jack skeleton and like a 6 foot tall Sally, his girlfriend, which we had out for Halloween, but we kept them up and dolled them up for Christmas. So we have those as well.
Are those by the tree or are those outside?
No, they're going to be right in the entryway.
Okay.
Yeah. We had to pull them in because of the wind. Like the wind got crazy here a couple of days ago, and like we're blowing them around. But like they're huge, and they like sing and dance. They're pretty impressive. Oh,
okay.
Yeah, these gigantic things.
And John Bull found you those?
Yeah, he has them. Yeah.
Oh, of course he does.
He put it out there. And so I ended up finding them, and it took me a little while to get them, and they're expensive, but we'll have them for a few years until they die. Yeah.
Chris Godwin tore his ACL.
Yeah, I figured. I saw that play. That play looked tough.
And Mike Evans strained a hammy, which is not good because he's usually a dude that takes a little while.
Yeah.
Bring back Thomas Robinson. Come on, Chris Juvenile. Come on, son. Yeah.
Thomas Robinson.
Yeah. He's one of the worst basketball players I've ever seen at the pro level. I don't know why. He just didn't work out for some reason. A lot of it, he just wouldn't accept a role, didn't understand that it wasn't all about him and all that stuff.
He's one of those guys where I saw him play, in the Kings uniform. I was like, the first time I was like, this is not going to be good. Ben McLemore is another guy like that where I was like, oof, well, I don't know.
Ben McLemore has an interesting skill set, but it's he doesn't know how to get from point A to point B. So he can shoot the ball really, really nice, but the second he puts it on the floor for a dribble, it's done. And then he can dunk, but he fumbles the ball way too much, and he can't dribble, so he can't get from point A to point B. Sweet kid, and he had a big game the other night for the Blazers.
It seems like a really good guy. I've heard.
Yeah, he's a really good guy.
So I'm glad to see he's been able to stick in the league for so long.
Yeah, me
DeMarcus
too.
hated him, didn't he? Did those two not get along?
No, I don't not really hate him.
That's probably wrong.
He treated him like a little brother. No, he didn't like Stauskas. He did not like Stauskas. Yeah,
Stauskas, I'm pretty sure just got signed.
Did he really?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Nick Stauskas just got signed.
I forgot. I saw that like 20 minutes ago.
Have you guys ever seen License to Drive? Corey Haim?
Yes.
No.
Long time ago.
Okay,
long time ago.
So do you remember he like takes his picture at the DMV? Because that's the whole thing that he can't. He feels, but he goes, he's got that stupid look.
Yeah.
That's Nick Stauskas in like a nutshell. Like Canadian kid, like just like big.
Okay,
like,
guys, we're coming back. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. James, I can confirm for you a conversation we were having on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Nick Stauskas is, in fact, back in the league. He was called up by the Toronto Raptors today.
He's going home.
Blame Canada.
You know, I always tell, the people when I got something right. And I say, I can do that because I'll tell you when I take an L. As long as I can tell you when I take an L, you're damn right I'm going to tell you when I get something right. Nick Stauskas, I took a big L on that one. I saw every game he played in Michigan. He was nice. I'm a Michigan fan. So I watched he was so nice. Like he was shooting from 30 feet. He had handle. He was dunking on people. He was so nice. And I said, you know what? Even if none of that translates to the NBA, he's always going to be able to shoot. Like that's for sure. He's always going to be able to shoot. Did nothing of the sort in the NBA. I was so wrong on Nick.
I talked to one of their player development coaches right away, and he told me, like, when they took him in, they're like, I mean, Stauskas has one elite skill and that he can shoot the ball. And he's got some other skills. He can handle the ball. He can do a lot of things, but maybe not like NBA high level. Maybe, they might be NBA passable, but the shooting, they always thought that he would be able to shoot. And then he got in a shooting slump in Sacramento. And I mean, he was just unplayable. Like, and it just kept getting worse and worse. And we would talk to him in his locker room and you could just see it. He was just like, I've never missed shots. Like my whole life, I've been able to do one thing, and that's shoot. And now I can't shoot. He's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I feel bad. That's what he kept saying. I feel bad that I'm letting everybody down, but I can't hit anything. He was gone quick, man. They dumped him in the big deal to get rid of Jason Thompson and Carl Landry's salary.
Yeah.
Yeah. The salary dump.
That's a hell of a sentence.
Yeah.
That sentence you just uttered. A hell of a sentence.
Yeah.
The big deal to get rid of Jason Thompson and Carl Landry. Sacramento Kings basketball in a nutshell. And that's Sacramento Kings basketball in one sentence from James Ham right there. We took Nick Stauskas' jump shot. But we seem to have unleashed a different Tyrese Haliburton. Obviously, James, Tyrese played incredible last night, and I'd argue he played pretty well, circumstances, but played pretty well on Friday in addition to yesterday, particularly in the first half. That player we saw yesterday, though, is the guy that we've been, that's Tyrese Haliburton. That's the guy we want playing alongside De'Aaron Fox. But is that even possible? Is that version of Tyrese Haliburton capable of playing next to De'Aaron Fox?
Yes. It's all up to Ty. It's not a big deal. De'Aaron Fox doesn't mind if Tyrese Haliburton takes the ball up. He doesn't, and he wants him to. He wants him to be that player all the time. He tells him that all the time. He tells us all the time. Ty tells us that everyone on that team is pushing him to be that player. But it's a little bit like Bogdan Bogdanovic. Like, everyone keeps saying, hey, Bogey, you have to shoot more. You have to make more. You have to be more selfish. And he wouldn't do it. And now what we're seeing is Ty's doing it out of necessity, partially. But he needs to, this is something he needs to do. It's who he has to be for this team to be good. And I think that he's going to get there. This isn't just you drop a guy into the league and you give him 30 something minutes a night and he shows up really good in his rookie season. And he's, and you're super excited for year two, but then in year two, you slide him in the starting lineup and all of a sudden he's playing against the best of the best at the shooting guard position. It like every year is going to be like a new transition for him and him learning. I think they can coexist. But again, it has to be with Ty pushing the envelope the whole time. Like, they want to run, they want to push the tempo. You can have two of those guys coexist and running up and down the court. You just got to do it. You got to stop talking about it and stop making jokes about whether you have a chemistry issue with Fox or not. Like, I don't think they have chemistry issue as people. I think they get along extremely well. They have board game nights and stuff like that. You know, their girlfriends, fiancés know each other, all that stuff. That's not the issue. The issue is you just have to actually like embrace what's happening on the court and do it.
Mhm.
And I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now with Ty, where it's out of necessity. But when De'Aaron comes back, there's no reason for him to back down and not be that player, be the same player.
Does he
He's
feel
just-
like he has to? Is that why because it seems like that's what he does.
Well, Doug is empowering him, that's for sure. Like, I think that's a huge, huge deal. Doug is sitting there telling him the whole time. But, I mean, it's not like Doug wasn't telling him that before. It's not like Luke wasn't telling him that, or Alvin Gentry hasn't been telling him that. But, I mean, at this point, it's his show, and they don't have any other options. I mean, he's going to play 40 minutes a night because that's what we got to do.
Right. I look at Tyrese, and we broke it down earlier. Bare minimum. Yeah, I think the Kings shot 91 field goal attempts against San Antonio, 88 against Memphis. Bare minimum when Fox comes back. 15 for Fox, at least 15 for Haliburton, 15 for Harrison Barnes. That's 45. You still got more shots to account for after that. But there should be no reason why Tyrese Haliburton, I'm not even putting him on the Fox plan. I want Fox to be taking 19
to 20.
22. Yeah, I want him up there. I'm not even putting him on that plan. I'm saying you should have about 15 shot attempts. There's no way we should even sniff you having 2 shot attempts or 5 shot attempts. That should almost be a quarter for you if you're Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah, actually, it should be a fine. That's what it should be. No, I mean, honestly, it's just unacceptable. You can't do that. And a lot of times he just passes up shots. Like, look, man, you got to do it. I mean, they started hedging the roll man on the pick and roll last night. And the first couple of times he kept trying to throw it in and had a couple of turnovers. And Katie even talked about it on the broadcast. Like, look, man, you had the shot. You're right there. Just lay it up. Like, there's no reason to get tricky. You have to be more selfish on occasion. And then we saw it. Then he started taking him to the hole. And, he's got a huge, huge upside, but he has to embrace it that he has that upside, because he's not a player that should ever average 12 points a game. Like Davion Mitchell can average 12 points a game, like in his prime, and I'm fine with that. That's not who Ty is. I would have expected him to be at like 16 points per game this year. And then next year, 18, 19. Like, that's who he should be when he's a finished product. He's got to be more aggressive. But then again, I say that, and you got Rashawn Holmes, who needs more shots. You got Harrison Barnes, who shies away and doesn't take enough shots sometimes. You got Buddy Hield, who doesn't care, and he's going to shoot as many times as he touches it. But that means that, there are a limitation on how many shots that are available. And if you're the primary guy setting guys up, which he's become, then you have to understand it a little bit. But when he's open, he needs to shoot. Again, that's what's going to make this whole thing work, is him shooting. But I thought in post game, I mean, he had the moment of the night. I wrote on it. It's going up after we're done here on the Kings beat. But we had the little incident on the sidelines last night, which was crazy. I started watching it unfold, and I tapped Sean Cunningham sitting next to me. I'm like, hey. And Sean was able to pull. I mean, Sean has his camera sitting right there, which has a crazy zoom that can go all the way down to the bench. And he zooms in instantly and he starts catching it. And we're watching it play out. Man, Mo Harkless was heated. He was heated at Buddy Hield.
Wow.
He was flat out angry. I went back and watched the tape, and Buddy really didn't make a lot of mistakes until like the 52nd mark of that first quarter. And Lonnie Walker caught a ball at the 3-point line, and Buddy ran at him and did some like ridiculous just flyby
out of the play.
Yeah, he jumped right through the play, and then Lonnie Walker just had an inline drive right to the basket and laid it up. And I guess that's what heated him up, Mo Harkless. But after the game, we saw where the battle lines are drawn, because Ty was asked specifically about it. He was asked specifically about Buddy Hield catching fire in the fourth. And he said, well, I'd like to talk about Mo Harkless's defense. And he started talking about Mo Harkless without Mo Harkless being part of the question. And it was like, oh, you just chose Team Mo. That's what he did. And it was like, wow, that was impressive. So he talked about Buddy having, Buddy doing what Buddy does. But at the same time, I think what we saw in the third and fourth quarters was Buddy was hyper focused because he got lambasted by a teammate. And I think they went back in the locker room and that didn't stop there. I think they had to have had some more words afterwards when it wasn't in public, because Buddy came out a completely different player from I think there are 3 minutes left in the third quarter. From that moment on, in the last 15 minutes of the game, Buddy scored 24 points. I mean, he just got on a heater, but then it was like, okay, look, that's fine. But that's who you have to be. You can't be this other guy who either doesn't play defense or doesn't pass or misses like 80% of his shots. You can be that guy, the guy that scores 24, but if that's not who you are, you have to be someone else too. And we're just not going to deal with that anymore. And I thought it was really interesting. And I also think the dynamic of Mo Harkless and Buddy Hield, it's the flashy guy versus the blue collar guy. And it's a blue collar guy finally saying, I had enough. I had enough of this trash, and going at it and saying, don't do this again, or I'm going to beat you down right here. There's going to be some punches. And I love it. I mean, that's what has to happen. Like we talk about accountability. Buddy Hield was held accountable for his actions and he responded. So maybe we now learn something. Wow. That's what Buddy needs. Buddy needs someone getting under his skin and just ripping him a new one. He was a little bit shy in the second quarter, but again, we're talking about yin and yang. We're talking about the long, not flashy guy who just plays defense and impacts the plus minus versus a guy who gold necklaces everywhere and big talker and goes out there and lays an egg half the time, and doesn't play defense. And he puts up a bunch of points, but a lot of times it's hollow. There couldn't be more like two diametrically opposed players, but I'm glad we saw it, because in order for this whole thing to work, those two need to be a tandem. They need to be a tandem off the bench where Mo covers for Buddy's weaknesses and Buddy covers for Mo's inability to score. And they should really have some sort of kismet there, but it's just maybe they will now. Maybe it was that moment.
I've heard a number of different times about that incident where, people say, these are things that happened. You guys just finally got to see it, but this happens. But hearing you talk about it, it sounds like either A, it doesn't happen as often as people think, or B, this was a little more than what normally happens. Am I reading that right? Or how did you see that?
I'll say this team already had a team meeting early in the year. And then like a week and a half ago, they had the players only meeting. That was Mo Harkless pointing at somebody and saying, we talked about this. We went over this. That's not who you can be. Mm-hmm. Do not do that again, or literally I'm going to stomp you. I mean, that's to me, that's what that was like. You could see it. He said, it looks like he's saying, I'm over it. I am over it. And I get it. Like I've been, there are many times I've been over it when it comes to Buddy Hield, and he's not my teammate. And, and he wouldn't come out and talk to the media after he did all the, and then like we heard, well, he doesn't like coming out and talk to the media because he always has a bad game the next game. Like, okay, so just come out on bad games. Maybe you'll have good games. I guess, I don't know, but like it's just, I think that's a good moment. I think that's a moment where, I mean, maybe Mo something must have keyed off Mo earlier in the quarter that he did, which I just didn't go back and watch the whole first. There was something else that clearly had got him like boiling. And then when Buddy did that right before the quarter ended, it was clear. It was like, oh no, it's on. Mo's pissed. And Doug's trying to like grab Mo.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing. And, I think in a normal situation, Rico and Doug would have pulled Mo aside and had conversations with him and tried to cool him down. But that's not what Doug is right now. And, there is like,
and Doug couldn't exactly leave the huddle because there was no one else to lead the huddle. It was just Doug. So he couldn't get up and go get him because he called for him. You could see him on Sean's Mo. And Mo's like, nah,
Yeah,
going
and
over there.
even I could even before Sean started filming, I saw the interaction and it was getting loud. And Buddy was yelling at the guy behind him over his shoulder because he was trying to like explain to Buddy what was going on. Ty is yelling at Buddy. Like it was like a full blown, like people were yelling at each other on the bench. That's when it was like, ooh, what's going on down there? It looks like from our angle, like a bunch of ants just found like a piece of something on the ground and they're like, oh, they're all swarmed around it. Cause that's what it looked like. It's like, oh, there's a lot of action going on. So it drew my attention. And next thing you know, I mean, you could tell like they were verbally yelling. Everyone was yelling at each other. And Doug's sitting there like, knock it off. Let's try to like focus and get back to it. But again, like these are moments this team needs to have. They do. They need to hold each other accountable in some way, shape, or form. And it doesn't always feel good, but you got to do it. That's it.
But this can't be the first time that's happened, though, is it? Like, as frustrating as Buddy can be, this can't be the first time someone's gotten into him like that, is it?
No, but publicly, it doesn't happen very often. I know the whole Buddy Hield hitting a 3-pointer and Dave Yeager yelling at him, and then Kevin Durant's caught like on tape, like looking at Dave Yeager saying, "Dude, he made the shot," and it's like, all right, well then you take him. Like, that's fine. If that's what you think this is about, like there's hitting a shot. And then there's like, what in the world were you doing? Even some of the shots he was taking late in the game, they were nuts. But the fact is he was on a heater and just get out of the way. But when he's focused, and where is that guy? Where is that guy all the time? Where is he playing with passion? Not just running around in circles and looking for his own. Where's the dude who's going out there trying to beat somebody? And they found it. Mo Harkless unlocked it. Whatever it was, it ended up being like the moment. But maybe that's what you have to do every game. Maybe it's someone they take turns. Maybe it's Tristan Thompson's turn to get him in a headlock or something. And they just like, they all take turns like doing something, but you got to have the dude focused or, he can shoot you right out of games. I mean, we've talked about that all season long.
You were there on Friday and Sunday. I'm
always there.
Always there. Always there. How was the vibe just around the team? Or were people kind of on edge? I know you probably didn't get a chance to. Everything was back through Zoom, maybe, but like how I don't know. Yeah. So like, how was like with the everything that's gone on with this team in the last 3-4 days, losing players, COVID running rapid around the front office and everything. Just how was everybody? Were they kind of on edge or was it business as usual for the guys that were there?
No, they were angry. They didn't know why they were playing. They were also like pointing, like there were some pointing comments again by Haliburton. Haliburton stepped up and said some stuff in post game on Friday. They were not happy. They thought that they should have had their game canceled. And, like I tweeted out too, if I was the Memphis Grizzlies, I'm calling the league and saying, dude, we're not playing this game. Like, what do you think's going to happen next Sunday when the Kings play the Grizzlies? Kings will have almost all their players back, but how many Grizzlies are going to be there? Because they literally walked into a COVID outbreak. They were forced to go out, and Ty said it in post game. He's like, I got to space out in the locker room. If I want to eat a sandwich, I've got to go out in the hall and eat my sandwich. I can't eat in front of my teammates. But then I go out and I'm breathing on every dude out on the court. Like, where does this make sense? Like, I don't know if one of the things they should do is make masks that they can breathe in while they're playing. That might help. But I mean, the outbreak here is crazy. And, we don't know enough about it yet at all. We're just, like flying. And again, I mentioned this earlier. We don't know if it's the Delta or the Omicron. We don't know what they got. We just know that it's going through the league so fast that they can't stop it. And it's a problem. So yeah, the players were pissed. The players were pissed because they were like, look, this game matters to us. Like it matters.
That's the tough part.
Yeah, we're on a homestand here. We're ready. Yeah. We just had our team meeting and then we just lost our head coach and that was Wednesday. Like we battled the Washington Wizards and we won. we're ready to roll. And now you're going to make us walk in here and it's, a one-legged butt kicking contest. Like, you got no shot. I mean, you knew they were losing that game. The fact that they fought and battled and they were up 50-35 and then just got smashed after that. Like, we all knew they were losing that game. If you thought they were winning that game, I don't know, like, there was no way.
Yeah. That's and that's something that Kenny and I were talking about earlier, is like these games still count. Like they still count to the record. And it's like, it doesn't matter. De'Aaron's not here, or this person isn't here, or this isn't happening. Like, it matters that who wins and loses. And that's what goes on the record. That's what goes on the standings. That's who determines who goes, and makes these playoff spots. And now it's like, okay, well, you got to get through Friday. And we knew this. We talked about this Friday. You got to get through Friday. You're probably going to have to get through Sunday and Monday. And now it looks like you're probably going to have to get through Wednesday. So you're kind of just throwing your hands up in these 4 games where you're going against a team tonight that has lost 6 games out of, 31. Like, hey, good luck with your G League squad against the Golden State Warriors. Meanwhile, you've got Minnesota winning a couple of games. Not every team has been impacted by COVID. And it's just like, man, it's like another footnote to all of the Kings' disasters. It's like, yeah, no, they could have had something going here, but COVID wiped them out for 2 weeks.
Yeah. And it's funny, the footnote, it's crazy because it's just the ripple effect is going to continue. So, like, again, the Kings lost to a team that was gutted with this, and everyone's like, oh, they should have won. Well, the San Antonio Spurs should have smashed the Sacramento Kings last night. They had a full roster. And the Kings are out there. I mean, they didn't play Justin Robinson all that much, but, Jemias Ramsey, there was a point in the game where Doug didn't have a point guard on the floor for, like, he didn't have a guard I think he had Jemias Ramsey. But
like the end of the third, I think he was resting Tyrese Haliburton. It was like, hey, what's Doug doing?
He even, for like a minute or two, he didn't even have Buddy on the floor. So I think Harrison was running the point, but it was Harrison with like Tristan Thompson and like Mo Harkless. It was like all of these big guys. He had at one point, 1 point guard and like 4 bigs. He's just like, just go play hard. That's all I ask of you. Just go play hard. And they are responding to that. But like, how many of these games, what you're saying there, like, how badly are the standings going to be impacted by these situations? And if you let go of the rope in this situation, I think the Kings right now, they're lucky. They're 2-1 in this situation. They'll probably drop to 2-2 tonight, but like, how do you finish? How do you battle through this adversity? Can you get through it? Does it make you stronger? Do we find things that you didn't find before? Can Tyrese Haliburton be this player moving forward? Can Damon Jones be an active participant in the offense? All of these things, they're moments where it's giving, again, a guy like Harrison Barnes, who had really struggled for a couple of weeks, it's giving Harrison every opportunity to get back right. And so it's good because we're seeing that happen. Now, can that help the team when they start getting these players back? Or are we going to get players back and they're going to be winded for 3 weeks or 6 weeks? The first time Harrison Barnes got it, he said it took him 4 or 5 months to feel like he was normal.
Wow.
De'Aaron Fox said, oh yeah, I was down for a long time. So you just don't know how these guys are going to look when they get back. And it's bizarre. We're in like the strangest situation that anyone has ever been in. And I don't know how the league continues to trudge forward. I just know that when you have a team who's missing 6 players on a Friday night, plus, their starting center's out because he had his eye poked, and you're down 7 players, just call the game. Because if you're not going to call the game then don't call 5 games on Sunday and Monday. That's not fair, because the Kings lost that game on Friday. They had no chance to win that game on Friday because they were missing all their players. So, signing Justin Robinson an hour and a half before tip-off is not going to save anybody's season.
And one footnote too, Casey, is it safe to assume these guys, have they practiced? Or is everything just like they're just showing up at the arena to play a game and that's it?
Oh, they're showing up for their tests. Because now we're testing again. That's the biggest crazy thing of all time. I mean, we're hearing that like Alvin Gentry like took a home test, and that's what started this thing. Like they didn't test. They're not testing all season long. The only one that gets tested are the unvaccinated players. And even that, I'm not even sure when they get tested, but like, this is where we are. Like the league.
You got to think, James. You can't test positive if you don't test.
There it is.
You got to think.
Yeah.
Can't cancel a game for positive test if you aren't testing.
Well, and I'm going to mention that too. People should know the Sacramento Kings cannot, under the league rules, cancel a basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
Only Adam Silver can cancel a basketball game.
No, and you tweeted that the other night. But Memphis can't do it either. Like a team can't do it. Only the league can do it.
Right.
No, like when we were at the shutdown game, which was the Kings against New Orleans refused to come out of the locker room, but they had just canceled the other game. We had just realized that one of the officials that was officiating the game was officiated the Utah Jazz game 2 days earlier with Rudy Gobert there. So like the contact was there. And so we were concerned, but they refused to come out of the locker room. And I guess you can do that, but then you're risking a forfeit.
Mm-hmm.
The league controls whether a game is canceled or not. We dealt with it with the Stephon Clark situation where we talked about this last week, where we had like 3,000 fans one night, 4,000 fans the next. 2 days later, I think there was one game in between. There was no protests, but like those people got in the doors, and then all these other people don't get in the doors. And so you left all your fans out with, in an unsettled situation outside. But the league would not allow anyone to cancel the game, which is what they should have done before. They should have said, oh, okay, we have a protest situation happening around your building. We need to cancel this game and we'll play it again later. Or, whether you're a playoff team or not, maybe we won't play it again if that's where we're at.
All right. So tonight against Golden State, same team going back out there. Golden State has, I think they don't have Wiggins, they don't have Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
I think that's it, right? Those are the only guys that they're missing to our knowledge.
Yeah, that's like 38 to 40 points a game. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, they still got the man still there, Steph Curry. So that's the X factor here. If they could pull off this win, I'm in a fairy tale land right here. They could pull off this win, 3-1 in this little health and protocol situation. Doug Christie being able to pull these guys together in this health and safety protocol situation. I mean, he's got to just be gaining even more steam to eventually be the head coach. And I'll ask you this. Is there a world where he stays the interim head coach even when Alvin Gentry is all right?
I don't think so. I mean, it's a good question. Like if they just keep winning and, the team's following him, I don't think so, because then you would have to ask Alvin to come back and be to get him through it. And Alvin's not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you do that, then Alvin's gone this season. And so, like, I mean, Doug has mentioned it multiple times, but Alvin's like calling on FaceTime and they're going over game plans. He's calling Alvin all day long and going through ideas. And Alvin is talking to the team still just through video chats and stuff. Like Alvin's influence on this team is huge. And Doug has done a great job of rallying the troops around each other and fighting through this. But at the same time, I think this is so perfect. Because if they do intend to give Doug this job this summer, which, we have to at least consider because they almost did it 2 weeks ago. But if they do intend to do that, what this does is it gives Doug a taste of what it's like to be a head coach. Now he can take this step back. He can work under Alvin. He can learn it in a different way. He can look how Alvin is treating things that he either did or didn't do right. And he can grow from this experience. But now he's had just that little taste that gives him an idea of what's to come and what this really looks like when you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's really good, like, experience for Doug. And I'm glad that his experience isn't like an 0-4 stretch where, you're just like getting buried. You know, but I think right now you've got enough of an understanding that the players love him. The players will fight for him. He's made some small adjustments to what they're doing on the court. They're playing better defense. He's yelling at them. He's in a defensive stance like 80% of the game. I don't even know his knees are shot. I don't know how he's doing that the whole game, because I know I couldn't do it. But he's sitting there like directing traffic and doing what he can do. And he's just fighting with his guys. I think at this point, Doug is one of the guys that are in a bunker together. There's a big difference between being in a bunker together during an emergency situation and being a guy that directs, 10 guys in each of the 5 bunkers. Like, that's a big difference when it's now your job to control everything full time. And so again, I think this is a perfect moment for Doug to take in a bunch of stuff, and he's learning a ton on the fly, and he's asking questions, and there's good conversation happening. I'll tell you that. But at the same time, I think he's learning and growing from this, and he's taking notes like he always does. He's got his book out. He's writing things down, and he's making sure that he's ready when the time does come, if he does get that opportunity.
I also think it's worth pointing this out. I understand the Kings have been a joke of national media for a long time, but a head coach losing their job because they tested positive for COVID is a horrendous look for this franchise.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
As much as I'm rooting, I love DC and I hope the beginning of a long career for Doug Christie. This is not how you get your head coaching gig, and this is absolutely not how Alvin Gentry loses the opportunity to coach this team. That's almost an unforgivable offense. Like, that would be disgusting. In my opinion.
I totally agree with you. But this is Sacramento Kings.
Well,
you just don't know.
Well,
you don't know what they're going to do when they're going to do.
And that's the fact that you could actually say that and be like, "Oh, hey, James got a point." That's.
I mean, they're the wild card. I mean, Vivek is the wild card in the room. He always is, and good or bad, he's always the wild card in the room. And I think that would be. I think you're right, but I also tell you, he wanted more than an interim tag. He wanted to be here long term. Kings offered him an interim tag with potential incentives to get the job for next season as well. But yeah, I think we're at a position where, there's some writing on the wall here, but you can't do that right now. You just can't do it.
Yeah, and there's no need to. If you let's just play devil advocate. If you really want Doug Christie, you can wait the 4 months, not bring Alvin back, and sign him in the offseason. There's no need to put yourself in that PR nightmare and getting that bad look for what? For an extra 3 months? Like, just wait. And
then once you do it, you better have a very, very good system in place to build the coaching staff around him. Because in all honesty, the best case scenario would be that you somehow worked Alvin into a position where he would come back and work with Doug as his lead assistant for 1 or 2 years. And that would be a best case scenario. I don't know that that's possible, but I certainly think that that's one of those situations where if it's not Alvin, it's got to be someone just like Alvin. And then not only someone just like Alvin, but you need 5 really, really good coaches. And not guys that are power hungry, guys who know what they're working with, know the situation they're in, and are there to pull together and work under Doug. That's what you need.
And for the love of God, don't hire JB Bickerstaff, because he will ultimately be the Kings head coach. That's just how it works when you hire JB Bickerstaff as an assistant.
Or Alvin Gentry.
Well, damn. Writing's been on the wall. We knew.
4 times.
Is it 4 times? Goodness
4 times.
gracious.
Has he never gotten a job just off of? No, he got the Pelicans job off Andrew.
Yeah, I think he has. Yeah. I think there's a couple of times he's got the job. Yeah, he's been a head coach, I think 7 times.
It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Boy, right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more on the King's Beat. Check out the King's Beat newsletter and the King's Beat podcast. Follow James Ham tonight and always, and make sure that you are back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Off air.
I don't know what the hell happened. I just got hit with the Sandman in the last 30 minutes for no apparent reason.
Are you
You
start
wasn't
yawning?
yourself today. You was over there eating popcorn. It was like you was old school Kenny today. You was eating popcorn. And
I had some chips. And I had to get
I had
something.
some McDonald's. That was my bad. It's just like
oh no,
the wife
no
was out
wonder
in
you didn't
Auburn.
feel good.
She was coming back. I heard the boys talking to her on the phone and giving like, yeah, I'll take 2 cheeseburgers. And then my little dude likes Big Macs with only sauce and cheese. So yeah, so I heard them giving their order and they're like, hey, do you want anything? And I'm like, yes, fine. No, but yes. Yeah.
For some reason, I envision you living in an area that doesn't have like McDonald's or like a Target or nothing. Like just
No,
like
everything's
like
10 minutes away.
You get to James' house, like your signal cuts out on your phone. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I envision that.
I mean, I live like it's about 12 minutes outside of Auburn, maybe a little less than that. But Auburn has a Target and McDonald's and Taco Bell and
All the
Rite
measurements
Aid.
of civilization.
Yeah, actually, there's a what's the tool shop? Oh man, you have one there in
Lowe's,
Rockland.
Home Depot.
No, we have a Home
tool
Depot.
shop.
No,
Yeah.
Harbor Freight. We're getting a Harbor Freight.
Oh,
Yeah. So we're actually getting some stuff. Yeah.
It
I don't
reminds
buy tools, so I don't.
it's not this desolate, but it reminds me. You ever been to California City, James?
No, where's that?
In the desert, literally in the desert. But it's like Bakersfield is the next.
Okay,
closest
I've driven
city.
through it, I'm sure, because I've gone a couple of different ways down there. I've gone over the Grapevine, but also over what the Tehachapi Pass or whatever
Yeah,
it is.
the Apache. Yep.
Yeah.
But they got like one main street. They just got a I don't want to say they just got a McDonald's, but McDonald's came in the last 5 years. Starbucks is there now. They got a hotel next to a golf course. And that's literally it. That's it.
We have a Starbucks right down the street. Like
Oh,
on
Starbucks
Combi
everywhere.
Road, there's a Starbucks. So I mean, it's like 3 minutes away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm in the sticks, but I'm and DoorDash works here. We were at a Christmas party the other night, and like we blew through all the food, and then people, it had too much to drink, and then we ordered pizzas from some pizza place that none of us had ever heard of, but they were still door dashing. And sure enough, dude showed up with 3 pizzas at 10 o'clock at night. And
Nice.
I felt like I lived in Roseville all over again. So there's like a big city love here. A pizza man coming. Yeah. But my little guy will DoorDash.
But do you have a dispensary? Those are the important questions. Do you have a dispensary?
Now, look, ironically,
They
enough,
deliver.
Sam just grows his own. Like he's got yards outside. He
he's out
grows
of the
his own.
jurisdiction. He just does what he does. But the
Yeah.
big thing in Cal City is like, because it's desert, and they got like my uncle, he worked in NASA and he was a retired Air Force guy. So that's what they got, an Air Force base not far away. But my little cousin, he lives there now, and he's like, that's what's about to, like, it's about to turn up down here because they got so much space to build these areas for dispensaries and stuff like that.
Those
And
gigantic,
yeah.
like grow houses. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about to turn up.
Yeah, I mean, Nevada City, Grass Valley, both are huge. They've always been huge marijuana areas. I mean, they used to call Jerry Brown Governor Moonbeam because he had property in North San Juan, which is right outside of Nevada City, and there was marijuana growing on the property or something like that. That happened in the 80s. So yeah, no, I don't burn my garbage in the backyard, David. No, we have garbage just like everyone else. But when I was a kid, we did have a burn barrel. Yes. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
So a quick little funny story. So I used to work at the Department of Justice in Oakland, and we would go up, I would handle the mail, and there was the Department of Justice floor on the 19th, and then I used to have to go to the 20th and deliver this mail. And I'd go up to the 20th floor and I'd do what I have to do. But everybody's like, yo, when you go up there, make sure the mail is open, make sure it's good to go. We don't want no issues. And I go up there and it's just one big office. And I was like, yeah, it's nice office or whatever the case may be. So I'm in there for a little while, and they're like, yeah, you got to make sure everything is good to go, because that's Jerry Brown's offense. I was like, what the hell is Jerry Brown, and why do I need to care about it? This was after his first stint as mayor. So he was like retired, and he had not been mayor for like, I don't know, a decade or something like that. Governor, excuse me.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay, whatever, fine. Jerry Brown, I have no idea. Met him a couple of times. He was very nice. And then like after all that, and I like did some research, I'm like, oh, okay, Jerry Brown, I see who it is. That's when he was starting to come back to do another 10 years or try to do that. But
he did a lot. I mean,
all the time and see him, and he wasn't overly nice, but he was nice enough. Like he was fine.
Politician, nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
I had no idea who Jerry Brown was at the time.
People like surprised that I would know what's going on with marijuana. I literally grew up in Grass Valley. I mean, come on now, it's the sticks.
This is the wild. This is the group that hangs out post show. So they're
they're a little.
I feel like this too. Sometimes I get to the checkout screen sometimes of DoorDash, and I'm like, dude, forget it. Just forget it.
Yeah, I told the wife like after the holidays,
go get it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to cut back. Like I think I've told you guys, like my 14-year-old, I think he was probably either 12 or 13. We were driving home, and we live in a gated community, so we went in the gate, and we have a pass to get through the gate. It's on the side of our car. It's like a scan bar, and we drive through the gate. And there was this car that was in the line checking in to the gate. We take a left. They take a left behind us. They're following us all the way through the gate. We get all the way to our house. I just picked my son up from school. He gets out of the car, and the car followed us all the way to the house, parks behind me, and says, "Do I have a pizza for you guys?" My 12-year-old literally had ordered a DoorDash to pizza from Mod Pizza in Auburn and timed it perfectly. So the moment he got out of the car,
that is awesome.
It was handed to him. And he was like, yes.
He's the real MVP.
That is the real
spectacular.
Right there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, he lives on the DoorDash. So sweet.
Man. All right. Yeah, we're gonna close the broadcast. I have to give Ham some login credentials that are top secret. So we will we'll see y'all tomorrow at noon. Thanks for hanging out with us today. As Michael Wilbon say, we promise we'll be better tomorrow.